It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, June 12th, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Hope you had a lovely weekend. It was a gorgeous one here in the tri-state area. Summer is here, my friends. I've told you this many times before. My favorite time of the year. June and July, the best months of the year in my opinion, and it was a scorcher. Beautiful stuff outside. And so hope in your neck of the woods, it was equally beautiful. It was also a very fun weekend in the world of mixed martial arts. Of course, the UFC was back in New Zealand for the second time. This time, their native son, Mark Hunt, first time fighting in MMA action in his hometown of Auckland, New Zealand, and what a performance it was. Now, I will admit, I was kind of thinking it was going to be shades of Mark Hunt versus Bigfoot Silva 1. I was kind of hoping for a slugfest. I don't want dead brain cells or anything, but given the fact that both Mark Hunt and Derek Lewis are heavy hitters, always very fun to watch, rarely involved in boring fights, that's kind of what I was envisioning. And I will say I didn't even score the fight. I couldn't score the fight because I was wincing every time either man threw a punch. In the end, it wasn't the slugfest that I think most of us expected, but it was a very impressive win for Mark Hunt. I thought he fought a very smart fight, calculated fight, took his time, didn't engage in a slugfest with Derek Lewis, and I thought he picked his shots very well, and in the end, he wins via fourth round TKO. And I think if I would have told you before the fight, look, there's a chance either Mark Hunt or Derek Lewis retires in his post-fight interview, I'm pretty sure 99.9% of the audience would have predicted that Mark Hunt would be the one who would announce his retirement. Considering how the past year has gone for him, considering all the drama with the UFC and the lawsuit and all this stuff, I think a lot of people would have predicted Mark Hunt would be calling it quits. That did not happen. Mark Hunt won, had his kids, at least two of them, in the cage. I thought that was a beautiful scene. Alluded to the fact that it's coming to an end, but referred to himself as the old warhorse, and was even talking afterwards about fighting in September in Japan. It was Derek Lewis who, after the fight, in his post-fight interview, it was a brief one, said it's most likely his last fight. As you know, he said on this show not that long ago, he's getting married this weekend, I believe, this upcoming weekend. And he's been very busy. I mean, if you look at the last 3 years for Derek Lewis, no heavyweight has come close to the kind of activity that he has put on. And also, if you actually listen to some of the things that he has said after the last few fights, you know, that fight in Albany, he said he wanted to press the reset button. Then after the Travis Brown fight, he said he wanted to take some time off. And then he comes back rather quickly for this fight as well. I think he's been trying to get some time off. And because he's exciting, because there aren't a ton of great heavyweights right now, the UFC continued to give him opportunities. He took them. No one forced him to take them. And I think it kind of caught up to him. I think that he's a little burnt out. I did talk to multiple members of Derek Lewis's team, and all of them, to a man, told me, yeah, you know, we think that maybe he's banged up, maybe he's emotional, but they didn't think that the, I believe, 32-year-old Derek Lewis was really going to call it quits. And that would be a shame. He has looked so good as of late. He has been on this roll. His personality is really coming out. They're pushing him. They're doing media days for him. I don't want to see Derek Lewis, who is finally making some money. He claimed that he was one of the highest paid heavyweights in the UFC after signing this new contract. 6-fight winning streak over some big names: Roy Nelson, Gabriel Gonzaga, Travis Brown as of late. But if you go back to, you know, when he first came into the UFC, in April of 2014. And since then, he's fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. 12 times in what? A little over 3 years. That's insane for a big heavyweight like him. And so I feel like maybe Derek Lewis just needs to take the rest of the year off. It's just a little too much. Unfortunate that the winning streak comes to an end now, but the heavyweight division, considering how shallow it is, considering how fun Derek Lewis is, I feel like he gets one win, he's back on track, he's back in that title picture. What more can you say, though, about Mark Hunt, the ageless wonder? The guy continues. Every time it seems like it's coming to an end for Mark Hunt, every time you're like, okay, it was a nice story. What a comeback. He made us all into believers. He wasn't supposed to be here. He's on borrowed time, forced the UFC to sign him. Every time it seems like the story is reaching its final point, he does something like this, right? Hasn't won since March of 2016, has the Brock Lesnar loss, no contest, whatever you want to call it, and then the knockout by one Alistair Overeem just in March. And then he comes back and fights like this against a guy who's on a 6-fight winning streak. It's amazing. Mark Hunt does not go away. Appreciate Mark Hunt. He is a throwback. He reminds you of a simpler time in MMA. A time when guys came in, from one discipline and just did their thing, and they saw how far they can go. And of course, he reminds us of Pride, and he reminds us of K1. There are very few fighters from that era who are doing as well as Mark Hunt is, who are main eventing shows, who are hanging with the young guys. I mean, Derek Lewis is 11 years younger than him. That's a pretty big deal. And I know that heavyweights last a little longer, but appreciate Mark Hunt. There aren't that many left of his kind. And the fact that he continues to stick to his guns and he's involved in this lawsuit, and he's kind of forcing the UFC to keep him around. Certainly they're not going to get rid of him now. Maybe 3 in a row, you have a reason. I still don't think they would have gotten rid of him, to be honest. He's too big of a name, too big of a draw, especially overseas, too exciting. You look at social media when Mark Hunt fights. You look at other fighters, how they respond. I saw Cody Garbrandt taking a video of himself watching the Hunt fight on his Instagram. And he's like, I will never miss a Mark Hunt fight. He is a fighter's fighter. Every fighter tunes in to watch Mark Hunt fight. Every fighter has a ton of respect for what he's done and how long he's been competing for and what he's overcome. I mean, we talked about this last year with him a little bit about, his backstory and his upbringing. Mark Hunt is an amazing success story, not just the guy who was in Pride, whose contract, was brought over somewhat reluctantly by the UFC brass and kind of forced his way into the UFC and then forced them to keep him around. I mean, just look at his childhood is just mind-blowing, what the abuse and what he had to deal with to become this successful. Very happy for Mark Hunt. It was a beautiful moment when he was walking into the cage. He saw his children there, big smile on his face, kissed them. I always love talking to Mark. It's early where he is, and that's why sometimes I almost feel bad. He says yes every time I have him on the show, but I feel bad making him wake up so early. He says he doesn't have to wake up early, but we'll talk to him soon about the win and where he goes from here. And hopefully we can talk to Derek Lewis as well. Give him some time, let him get married, do his thing, and see where he's at after maybe a couple of weeks off. All right, so we have a lot to discuss as far as UFC Fight Night Auckland is concerned. Want to get New York Rick's thoughts on it as well. Of course, the big news last week, Demetrius Johnson, he was on this show, dropped the bomb on the MMA world, has not talked since. It took us 5 days to get a response from the UFC, and what a response it was. It was shades of the Cyborg response that I talked about last week on the show. Remember I said it's just a weird thing to hear Dana White say, how can Cyborg be bullied? The best female fighter in the world. Throughout the same thing about DJ. How can the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world be bullied? I legitimately think that Dana White believes that bullying someone is like knocking them over their head with a hammer or a fist, or punching them out, beating them up, physical violence. I don't think he understands that you can actually bully someone with verbal threats or your behavior towards them, the lack of respect shown towards them. Because it's the second week in a row that he's talking about, how can these fighters be bullied? We'll talk more about the response and the aftermath and all that stuff and more. Let me run down this week's lineup. It's a very fun one. And then we'll talk a little more about this past weekend. At 3:05, we're going to be joined by the new UFC featherweight champion, Max Holloway. You wanted him on the show last week. As I told you, he was flying. What great scenes came out of Hawaii Monday evening when not only Max, but Yancy Medeiros landed in Honolulu, and there was about 1,000 people there at the airport to greet them. And then when he got to Waianae, which is where he lives, people all along the streets showering him with praise. I mean, just really beautiful stuff. And again, hammering home the point that the UFC, in my opinion, needs to figure out a way to go to Hawaii. I actually talked to a few people who live over there who gave me some insight as to the kind of issues the UFC might have. But really, I think at this juncture, they are issues that the UFC can overcome. Anyway, we'll talk to him about the past week, the win, all that stuff and more. 2:45, we're going to be joined by Wanderlei Silva. We are less than 2 weeks away, my friends, from the Bellator MSG show. Bellator 180/Bellator NYC. Wanderlei Silva was supposed to take part in a press conference, a media day in Los Angeles last week, and we were told that he fell ill, didn't get on the plane. Let me fix out of the orange over there. And a lot of people started to worry. What does this mean for the main event? We're going to talk to Wanderlei at 2:45. Of course, he's fighting Chael Sonnen on June 24th, right here in New York City. 2:25, we're going to talk to Urijah Faber. And this is an interview that I think a lot of people will be interested in. Urijah Faber is going to be breaking some news regarding the future of Team Alpha Male. Very interesting stuff. You're going to want to hear from Urijah at 2:25. And it's very interesting in today's landscape because we've been talking a lot about the business of MMA. I think a lot of people will be, like I said, interested to hear what he has to say. This is cool stuff. 2:05, we're going to be joined by Joe Lauzon, who recently went to the Reebok headquarters in Massachusetts, where he lives, and has some interesting insight into the Reebok UFC relationship. Also was just in Iraq visiting the troops over there. So it's been a while since we had Joe Lauzon on the program. Longtime veteran in the UFC now for 10 years. Good to have him back. 1:45, we're going to be joined by Mike Winkeljohn, who is the head coach for one Holly Holm. And Holly Holm, of course, is headlining the UFC's return to Singapore this Saturday. Very early morning show in Singapore Saturday. She's fighting Bethe Correia, looking to avoid going 0-4 since defeating Ronda Rousey. How crazy is that? She's lost 3 in a row since beating Ronda Rousey. She lost to Miesha Tate. That's when she dropped the belt. Valentina Shevchenko. Most recently, Jermaine Durandamy. Now she fights Bethe Correia. We'll talk to Mike Winkeljohn. Coach Wink, as they call him. At 1:45, 1:25, we'll be joined by Ray Borg, who's the other part of that story with DJ. You heard DJ referred him many times last week. We'll get his thoughts on the mess in the flyweight title picture. All right, New York Rick, are you there?
I'm here.
What did you think about the Mark Hunt Derek Lewis fight? Did you share my high expectations about the fight going into it, and were you left disappointed afterwards?
I did share your high expectations, but I was not disappointed.
Because of the fight that Mark Hunt fought, the kind of fight,
yeah,
the game plan, the attack.
I thought I was on the edge of my seat at every moment, and I think I know I saw on Twitter, I think you shared that opinion and many others did. It felt like that fight could be over at any minute, and ultimately it was. So yeah, I thought it delivered. I was not disappointed at all.
I'll make a revelation here. I actually fell asleep. I was particularly tired on Saturday, and I think it's because I stayed up so late watching that game on Friday, which you attended. We'll talk about that later. No one wants to hear about your trip to Cleveland, of all places, the land. But I was particularly tired, so I actually fell asleep right before the main card started, and then I woke up just as I think it was just as Derek Brunson knocked out Daniel Kelly. I think like the commotion, or I don't know what it was. I happened to wake up, and so what I did was I actually went backwards. And did you realize this? I tweeted it as well. Going into the main event, so there were 6 fights on the main card. Going into the main event, the first 5 fights on the main card lasted a combined 25 plus minutes, and the first fight on the main card went the distance. So that was 15 minutes. The rest didn't. So the next 4 were combined 10 plus minutes. The fights were going super quick. Yeah. I mean, you had the Iwan Kuchilaba fight, which was just seconds. The Hooker knockout was, I think, in the second round, but still rather quick. Of course, the Derek Brunson knockout of Daniel Kelly. Anyway, it was a fun fight. I was able to catch up. And I'm not here to say that I was disappointed by the Hunt Lewis fight, but I actually thought, okay, it wasn't the slugfest that I was expecting. I was just really impressed at his age, given how his last couple fights have gone, that Mark Hunt fought that kind of fight. I thought it was a really impressive fight on his part. Like he didn't fight fire with fire. I mean, he took his time for the most part and just fought a really smart fight.
Yeah, he looked like a trained kickboxer versus an MMA fighter.
That is true. Great. Now, what do you think about Derek Lewis's post-fight interview? Do you think, I mean, if you had to lay down, no chance?
No chance.
He tweeted something funny.
Yeah, he did. He responded to both Travis Brown and Francis Ngannou.
Travis Brown coming out strong, saying that he wanted to run it back and saying that he insulted his family and all this stuff.
Yeah, he was waiting for the opportunity and took it.
I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Of course, Travis Brown is fighting Alexei Olenek in July 8th at UFC 213. But where's this tweet from Derek Lewis? Because it was actually, Derek Lewis, if you look at his social media, he doesn't write a lot of tweets. It's usually like the funny memes or the videos. He wrote Travis Brown waking up from the dead saying he wants a rematch, and Francis learning how to use Google Translator talking shit with a couple of emojis and giving them the finger. So I kind of feel like Derek Lewis is back. We can't lose Derek Lewis just yet.
I don't think we will.
That would really make me sad.
No.
Especially coming into his own, with the interviews and just so entertaining. Look, do you agree? Like in hindsight, 12 fights in 38 months or so, if my math is correct. 12 times 3, 12, 24, 36. Yeah, something like that. 38 months. It's a lot for a guy like that. And if you go back and listen to his interviews, he keeps trying to tell us that he wants to take a break. I mean, even after the last fight, he was on the show. The first question I asked him when he was on the show just a couple of weeks ago was, why are you coming back so soon? Because he hurt his foot. And he's like, oh, they gave me this opportunity. They're giving me more money, et cetera, et cetera. And now here he is, saying, I'm most likely retiring. It's most likely my last fight. I just don't see him retiring after getting that contract and after being this successful. It would be a shame for the heavyweight division.
Agreed.
Thank you for that insight.
No,
really. I brought a lot to the table here in this discussion.
Apologize. You know how I feel about MMA retirements, especially ones that come on the heels of losing in the cage. Immediately after. I would be absolutely shocked if this is the end of we see of Derek Lewis. No chance. Take some time off, and I'm sure. I'm not.
Yeah, I'd like to see him take the rest of the year off. Come back in 2017.
Yeah, that might be.
I mean, it's only 6 months,
but
only 6 months.
Just recharge the batteries and be back.
So Mark Hunt afterwards talked about getting a rematch against Overeem. That's not going to happen, but he did talk about getting a rematch with Junior Dos Santos. And last I reported, there was some interest in doing JDS versus Francis Ngannou. That's not done yet. I prefer Mark Hunt over Ngannou for JDS next. I actually like that rematch more. I don't want to see JDS fight Ngannou right now.
Agreed. We talked about that when it initially came out. I do not want to see that fight.
Mark Hunt fought JDS at UFC 160. I have a great story about how this fight was made, but I'm going to save that for Highway to Helwani when I read my book. For now, I'll just tell you that he, if you recall, took that fight on relatively short notice. And if you recall, JDS knocked him out in the third round with just seconds left with that spinning hook kick. Remember that?
Yep.
It was insane.
A fantastic knockout.
Now, that was 4+ years ago. I'd love to see that again. I think it makes sense. After JDS losing to Stipe, Hunt, getting back on track, to me, that fight makes a hell of a lot more sense than JDS versus Ngannou. So we'll see. It was nice. It was a nice moment. I really, after everything Mark Hunt has been through over the past year, it warmed my heart to see him there with his kids and just happy. It was a nice moment. The old warhorse. Great stuff from Mark Hunt. Derek Brunson knocks out Daniel Kelly in 1:16. Dan Hooker knocks out Ross Pearson with that knee in the second round. That was tremendous. As I said, Ion Cutelaba knocks out Enrique de Silva in just 22 seconds. Ben Wen defeating Tim Elliott. How about that? In just 49 seconds. Rear naked choke. And then Alexander Volkanovski defeating Mizuta Hirota. That was the decision victory. That went the distance, 30-27 on all the scorecards. Who really stood out to you? A couple other notable wins. Vince Pichel on the undercard He hasn't fought in like 3 years. John Moraga, I thought, looked pretty darn good as well. Got a 10. I think he got 2 10-8s. He had one scorecard that was 30-25.
He was completely dominant.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to see more than 130-27 in that fight. I know I'm asking for a lot, but especially with the new rules for the MMA judges. The new scoring for the MMA judges. I would have liked to see more than just 130-27.
You mean 30-25?
No, we saw...
There were 2 30-27s, 1 30-25.
Yeah, I would have liked to... sorry. That is what I meant. I would have liked to see more 30-25s than just the 2 30-27s. One judge at least scored it properly there. Definitely, I mean, Dan Hooker, obviously. The knockout of Ross Pearson was picture perfect. It seemed like he kind of pinpointed that strategy on the fly, felt him dipping low and landed that beautiful knee. Incredible. Derek Brunson getting it done quick. And I think people forget, it wasn't too long ago that Derek Brunson was pretty much a grinder, using his wrestling to make his way through the division, and has turned himself into one of the, more reliable knockout artists in the division. He continues to knock people out, unfortunate that the run of Dan Kelly had to come to an end. But congrats to Derek Lewis on an incredible
Derek Brunson.
Derek Brunson.
I think you're still on the high from Friday in Cleveland.
You can hear it in my voice, right?
What happened to your voice?
Listen, you scream enough for
Was that the greatest night of your life?
Probably not. I mean, when I found out I was having a baby, that was pretty special. When I have the baby, it'll be even more special. But it was up there.
For those that don't know, because I don't know if you talked about it last week, you flew down to Cleveland Friday afternoon to go watch Game 4.
I wrapped up stuff at work on Friday, flew straight to Cleveland for the game, landed at 7, game at 9, and then flew back in the morning.
I can't believe you cut it so close with the travel. What if there was a malfunction on the plane?
Then I guess I'm going to have to...
You weren't nervous at all?
I'll figure something out. I'll drive there if I got to.
What do you mean? What if you're sitting on the plane and they're like, oh, the bathroom light is off?
I figured 2 hours was enough for anything like that.
And didn't you want to take it all in, like hang around? I feel like around the arena, there's a lot going on. There's, I don't know, parties. And isn't that what they do before a finals game?
Yeah, there was a atmosphere. There was a Cleveland crowd that was participating, but after was more fun when the game was over.
So it was worth it.
It was definitely worth it.
I will admit, I was happy for you because that would have been a really depressing trip to go there and see them get swept and see the Warriors celebrate on their home court. And then on top of all of that, you got to see a historic first half. I mean, the entire offensive performance was historic in many respects. As far as sporting events go, that has to be the greatest you've ever seen in person, right? Finals game, right?
First finals game. Met the commish. It was a whole big
I was
deal.
jealous when you met the commish.
You should be.
What'd you say to him? Like, how'd you, like...
Well, first, he said, New York Rick, can you take a picture? And I was like...
You're like, 1 second.
Hold...
Kyrie's at the line.
Yeah, hold on a second. But
we're watching.
It would be my pleasure to take a picture with you, Mr. Silver. So we did. And then I said,
Did he tweet it?
I don't think he has Twitter. Or he has secret Twitter.
He has an Instagram. He has an Instagram that he's very active on.
But he was very nice about it. He didn't come off too aggressively, and I was happy to take the picture with him. And then he was like, "Hey, could I be on the show?" And I said,
"Yeah,
we do an MMA show."
Yeah, it's just not gonna work.
I'll talk to Ariel, but I don't think it's gonna work out. He was heartbroken, but we'll figure something else out. We'll figure out another way to connect.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice moment. How confident are you about tonight?
Cavs in 7. Now I'm going.
Stop that, Cavs in 7. But it was good to see friend of the show, Darren Williams, get on the board, the scoring board. So, yeah, that was nice. Happy for Mr. New York Rick. He gets to go to Cleveland. Wonderful Cleveland, and watch his Cavaliers win. They're now down 3-1, as you may know, and Game 5 is tonight. All right, so UFC Auckland in the book, as I said, in the books, as they say. Why is it multiple books? Because people have different record books, or I don't know. Why is it books? Anyhow, one of the big stories last week, as I said at the top, Demetrius Johnson, his relationship with the UFC. What is going to happen? Are they going to shut down the flyweight division? What is going on? Why did it take the UFC so long to respond? And why did they choose the response that they did. Talking to TMZ, Dana White saying essentially a lot of the things that DJ said were inaccurate, saying that DJ chose to not have pay-per-view points, so you can't cry about it now, not understanding how he could be quote-unquote bullied. What else was that they've been talking about shutting down the flyweight division for the last 3 years? The flyweight division is only 5 years old. You're telling me 2 years into the thing, they were talking about shutting it down? We have the response up on our site, and we can dig deeper into it. But we know that the issue here is the UFC wants Demetrious Johnson to fight TJ Dillashaw on August 19th. TJ Dillashaw has come out, and as I said on the MMA Beat, and by the way, I'm very happy to be here in studio using our internet connection, because I thought last week a lot of you were very nasty towards me, very rude. I mean, no appreciation whatsoever that I tried to do the beat from my home. I couldn't come in. We couldn't do the show via studio. A couple guys were not available, and then I get crapped on by everyone for my crappy internet connection. I think that Luke knew that I had a crappy internet connection, but didn't tell me so that he can look and sound that much better than me. That's my conspiracy theory, and that's what I'm sticking to. But as I said last week, I was surprised that 6 months after doing that press conference for the MMAAA and talking about fighters' rights and talking about getting skipped over for title shots, that here's TJ Dillashaw resorting to name calling and calling DJ like a scared B word and all this stuff. Kind of doing a 180 and quite frankly coming across as a bit of a hypocrite, accusing, or trying to do what he was complaining about 6 months ago to Ray Borg. Ray Borg is the guy that Demetrious Johnson was offered. Ray Borg is the one who Demetrious Johnson accepted the fight against, and then Cody Garbrandt gets injured and TJ offers up his services to fight Demetrious Johnson. The UFC likes this fight more for various reasons, as has been spelt out, and they try to switch it, and DJ says thanks but no thanks. And this has been essentially been the rift between both the UFC and Demetrious Johnson. So I wanted to talk to Ray Borg and get his side of things, because he's kind of the third man, maybe even the fourth, if you want to count the UFC as a man. You got DJ, you got the UFC, you've got TJ, and then you've got Ray Borg, and see what's on his mind as we all try to figure out what's going on here. We talk about TJ cutting weight and being, sort of in limbo here. Well, the same is very true for Ray Borg. So let's find out. Let's go to the Skype machine now and welcome in top flyweight contender Ray Borg, who is joining us for the first time on the program. Ray, how are you? I don't hear Ray. I see his lips moving. I only see his lips actually, but I don't hear him. Oh, wait. Say hello, Ray.
Hello.
Hey, there you are. How are you?
All right, cool. I'm doing good, man. Just, relaxing, hanging out before I got to go do some training later on this afternoon.
Well, I appreciate you joining us. Could I have you just sort of tilt your camera up? Because there you no, a little higher. Yep. There we go. That's perfect. I asked New York Rick in the back to make sure that he told the guests to do this, but clearly he did not. So I just want to see your full face if possible. So this has been an interesting experience for you, right? I mean, you're so close to getting your first title fight in the UFC, and you're now, kind of stuck in the middle of this massive, I was going to call it a shitstorm. That's really what it is. How are you dealing with it all?
It kind of has become a little bit of a shitstorm. It changed gears real quickly. It went from like everyone, me and TJ and Demetrious all bickering back and forth over who's going to fight who, to now it completely switched gears to Dana and Demetrious beefing it out, and it's kind of like, okay, now I have to take a couple steps back and let them do their thing and sort out their issues before I, can have any say so on what goes on next.
So let me get your timeline here, because we talked to Demetrious last week on the show. You may have heard it. Were you actually, you or your management, formally offered a title fight against Demetrious Johnson on August 19th?
I don't know how formally you can call it. Like, it was never to the point where we were going to be receiving a bout agreement within the next couple days. I mean, it was more of a, we're probably going to fight Demetrious. It's been talked about, he's, his name came up. We want the title shot. So let's, we're going to push for that. And it looked like it was going to happen. And then as soon as, TJ and Cody fell apart, then all the plans fell apart. So, it's more of just kind of been more on the end of the stick as far as communication for me, at least. I've just kind of been trying to get ready the best I can just in case it does happen, because time's ticking, and time's closing down on the August 19th date, which is when I assumed that it was going to happen, because that's when I had heard that they're going to Seattle. So it's been more of a verbal agreement on my end.
One of the things, I'm in the camp of you versus DJ makes more sense for the future of the division, for the current health of the division. If TJ wins, you might blow things up, et cetera, et cetera. And I've said that I don't believe that TJ versus DJ sells that much more pay-per-views than you versus DJ. Do you agree with me here? I know this is a tough one because you're involved, but do you think that if, promoted correctly, you versus DJ can do just as well as Demetrious Johnson versus TJ Dillashaw?
Yeah, I think that I think we could sell just as well as TJ. The only reason why it seems so interesting to the fans is because TJ is a former champion. He's got the beef going on with Cody, so that's kind of accelerated his name a little bit. But TJ was barely becoming a draw until he fought Dominic. I mean, he was a draw. He wasn't much of a draw at all. No one even thought he deserved the title shot against Barral the first time. He was coming off of a loss to a Sun Sao and then one win. And some people didn't feel like he deserved the title shot. He went in there, he performed, excellent and won the belt. And then after that, people are like, okay, I like TJ. TJ's, I'm going to start tuning in. But I don't feel it was really until the whole Cody thing that people were going to really start tuning in to watch TJ. So I feel, if it's going to be a difference in numbers, it's not going to be that big of a difference between me and DJ. I mean, I feel like I can sell the fight just as well as TJ can. I mean, I'm not corny. I'm not cheesy. I mean, if I'm going to talk some shit, I'm going to talk some shit. I mean, and it's going to be real shit.
Right.
It's not going to be this, this jabroni, I'm going to punch you in the face type stuff. I'm going to call it how I see it.
Do you have a newfound respect for Demetrious Johnson? Because I know it's not like a personal thing between you and him, but he is going to bat for you essentially. Like the issue is here, he thinks that you deserve it more because you're the top guy in the division. How do you feel about what he's saying towards you and about you?
I walk real lightly in this game. It's even in life. The way I grew up. And the background I came from, trust is a big thing. So I don't really trust anybody until I truly know them and I know who they are. I don't know who DJ is. So although DJ's giving me this respect and saying he wants to fight me because of the rankings and he feels like I deserve it, that's great. But at the end of the day, I also have to switch gears and, throw up my defensive mode and ask myself, is DJ really respecting me, or is he trying to use me as a pawn and a negotiation tactic to get the type of money he wants for TJ? So that flows through my mind as well too. So until I see something in paper that, hey, DJ really does want to fight you because he feels like you've earned it and we're about to sign a fight between you two, then until then, I'm just kind of, I separate my mind to really bank on things. I'm not banking that he really wants to fight me, because from what I heard, he wanted to fight me. And then I heard another article where he asked to fight Sergio instead, because Sergio has his brother's name behind him, so he's more marketable. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird situation. I will tell you, I gained respect from DJ the way he talked about his legacy. What goes on outside the octagon is what I respect people more on, how people present themselves outside the octagon, how they are. And, his respect towards his kids and his family and that being his legacy, I gained a lot of respect for him because of that.
What do you say to people who say you're only on a 2-fight winning streak? You've won 5 of 6, but you did lose 3 fights ago and you've missed weight a couple times during that stretch. So maybe you need to do more to get this title shot. What do you say in return?
I mean, the only thing I can say is that, TJ's only on a 2-fight winning streak, regardless if he was the champ. I mean, he arguably defended his belt once. I mean, it's really hard to call the Joe Soto fight a true title defense when Joe Soto took the fight on 24 hours notice and it was his debut. So in my eyes, Barral was really the only clear title defense that he had. And he's only won 2 fights since then. And as far as the weight issues, I actually don't mind when people, bag on me and talk shit saying that I missed weight, only because if it was something that was like I was just being irresponsible and eating like shit all the time and not wanting to cut weight, then I would, then it would be different. But really my weight situations was just me being so young. I mean, hell, I'm only 23 and I just didn't have the knowledge to cut weight. I mean, I tried to cut weight the way I did when I was like 18 years old, and my body just doesn't cut weight that fast anymore. So I had to just learn how to properly do it. I hired a nutritionist, perfecting athletes who work with some of the top athletes in the UFC, like Owane and Jacek, and I even believe they worked with Dillashaw. And so, it doesn't bother me because I'm fixing my mistakes. If as long as you know what your mistakes are and you can fix them, then that's fine.
How many fights have you been working with perfecting athletes for?
When I fought Formiga was actually my first one, and that was by far my easiest weight cut. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was weird at first because I even called my wife and told her, like, hey, I think I might miss weight again. And she's like, why? You were so low going into Brazil. I was like, I know, but I'm eating French toast and all kinds of delicious food on fight week. Fight week's supposed to be miserable. And then I talked to my nutritionist. She's like, don't worry, Ray. Everyone always freaks out, but it made for the easiest cut I've had,
Wow.
since I've been in the UFC.
Wow. I've actually gotten to know Paulina, who's a part of Perfecting Athletes, quite well. And it seems like everyone glows about, what they do and how easy the weight cuts are when working with them. So that's another, nice compliment going their way. So, all right. So you have this situation where, you're kind of in limbo as well because, we keep being told that TJ's waking up at 143 and he's starting his cut. How much do you weigh right now? And do you, like, if you were fighting August 19th, would you start to eat differently, diet differently if you were fighting in a little over 2 months' time?
Yeah, I mean, if TJ's waking up at 143 right now, then he is actually a smaller bantamweight than I thought.
Uh-huh.
Because I mean, I walk around, when I'm in good shape, walking around like in a good tone, leaned out, I'm like 146.
Oh wow!
So if he's waking up at, and 146 is easy for me. I've done a weight cut when I fought Chris Kalidas. I started my weight cut at 156.
Wow.
So I mean, and I made weight for that fight. I mean, but I've learned to walk around lighter to make those weight cuts easy. I've been going into fight week. Oh, I went into fight week against Formiga 5 pounds lighter than I ever have before. So it's making an easy weight cut, but it is the same thing. And I actually feel for TJ because I'm used to coming down from this weight to 25. I'm used to it, and I have the room to do it. But the more time I have, the better it is. But I also feel for TJ in the sense that if he's going to get the title shot, he should probably know sooner than I do, just because this dude's never been down to 25. So if he's going to make a crack at it, I imagine he's going to have to change his whole physique just to do it. And, that's going to be painful in a time, it's going to be painful to do in a short, timely matter.
One thing that's come up is, DJ saying that they threatened to shut down the division. Are you worried that this is going to happen? This would affect you and many others.
Yeah, if this is the case and they do want to shut the flyweight division down, what sucks is we're all being punished for DJ. I mean, yeah, DJ, I believe DJ is one of the best fighters in the world. I've been watching DJ since I was like 14 years old. But, he's just not a draw. I don't know why. I mean, I can't tell you why. He's a great guy, but I can't tell you why he's a draw. And if the UFC is so stuck on the flyweights never selling because of DJ, it just leaves us in a weird spot because I believe we can sell. I mean, I believe the flyweight division's more exciting now than it has been in years. I mean, the whole top 10 is switching up. Ben Wynn just got a huge win, the other day. It's going to be all new faces. One of us can easily start to sell the division, and to be punished because DJ's been the face of it for so long and he doesn't want to, do what Dana wants to do. It sucks. I try not to think about it. I try to just stay positive and move forward and, hope for the best. But, in the end, it is something you kind of have to worry about because, I mean, there's so many people pretty much going to be unemployed. We're getting pretty much laid off,
What would you, if you became champion, how would you sell the flyweights? Like, why do you think that you could be a bigger draw than DJ?
I mean, I'm exciting.
So is he.
I've shown in fights before.
Right?
Yeah. I've shown in fights before that I'm not scared to go for it. But more than anything, I feel fans need they need to be real, or a champion needs to be real. They can't be talking shit on, on the mic, and then go home and be a totally different person. Like, once the fans find out that you're fake is when I feel like you lose. Like, so for example, John Jones, I feel lost a lot of fans because he presented himself as this great guy. And then he got in all the trouble, and people are like, well, he's supposed to be this Christian man. He's not quite the great guy. I don't know if I want to be fans of him because he's not even real. It might as well be WWE. And so I feel like if he would have approached it and embraced his inner crazy to begin with, who knows? Maybe he would have liked it. People like Conor, and he may not be doing out bad stuff in the media, but he says some mean and funny shit. But right. I mean, I feel like I would just be real. I can talk some shit. I mean, but I'm only going to talk shit if it comes out of me, I'm not going to go up and be like, hey, you suck, stupid. Yeah. Like something stupid like that. I'm not going to cause the ruckus, but when it comes down to me being pushed up against the wall, if someone's trying to bully me, I don't get bullied. And that's when I come out of my shell. And I think just being real would help sell the flyweight division. I think a lot of those guys need to just be real, because a lot of these guys, they don't want to, they want to keep that persona of a respectful fighter, which is great. So sometimes when someone's talking shit to them, they kind of ease back because they just got to be respectful. They're trying too hard to be respectful. But I know every fighter in this division, much less in the sport, has some ill feelings towards their opponent some way or another, because on fight night, that person's trying to steal the other half of your check. That's money for your family. So everyone feels some type of way towards their opponent. They just don't ever show it.
How have the fans been towards you? You somewhat famously called them turds in the early goings of this whole process. Has it been fun? Has it been annoying? How's it been on social media?
Social media, at first, it was annoying. I got really upset that people were trolling me, but then I kind of just was sitting here like super bored, didn't have anything to do during training. So I was like, you know what? I know how to troll people. I'm going to start trolling these guys. So I started trolling so many Twitter fans, and a lot of the stuff was funny. I kind of got stumped a couple times, but it's all in good fun. I don't mind it. I have thick skin. I mean, if someone's going to talk crap about me, like, for example, some guy made fun of me for having glasses, and then he ended up wearing glasses, and I call him Four Eyes. I mean, it's just all in good fun. I don't mind people taking swings at me. I got thick skin. I mean, if you don't have thick skin in the sport, you might as well not be in it. So it's just been back and forth. I kind of like playing with the fans and trolling them as well.
So where do things stand right now? I mean, as you sit here and talk to us, do you have any idea what's going to happen with this?
You know what, man? I don't know. And to be truly honest, because I'm only 23, dude. And if I don't get a title shot now, I'm not going to bitch and cry about it. I mean, hell, I got so much more time in this game. If I was 30, I'd be like, Dana, give me my title shot now. I need my title shot now. But just being real, man, I mean, I would love the title shot with DJ. I feel like my skill set might match up better with DJ than TJ's. But at the end of the day, a part of me wants to move on. I mean, if I don't want to stay in this limbo, I want to stay active is my biggest thing. I want to stay active to get better. I want to continue to get better each time. Each time I step in, I get a little bit better. I get a little bit more comfortable in that octagon. So I just want to stay busy, and a part of me just kind of really wants to move on to the next thing and, possibly figure out who's next. But, I'll still play this. I'll see how this whole thing plays out,
I didn't expect that. I did not expect to hear you say that. Is that why what you tweeted when they announced the Henry Cejudo-Wilson Hayes fight, you were like, damn it, or something like that, because you were hoping if this fell through that you would fight one of those guys?
Yeah, that was my only big concern with this whole DJ TJ fiasco, is that if that fight didn't happen, so what? I'm not going to cry. I'm young. I'm going to get my title shot regardless. I promise you, I'm going to get my title shot. But everyone started to get booked up. I even pulled up the UFC page, looked at everybody at the flyweight division, and everyone was getting booked up. So it kind of had me in concern as okay, if DJ fights TJ, where does that put me? Because there wasn't much left. But, Moraga won last week. Ben Nguyen got a really good win. So, who knows, man? I mean, but the further this thing drags out, the more I just want to get on with my life and, continue to fight.
Wow, that is fascinating stuff. I mentioned that I thought it was a little hypocritical on TJ's part. 6 months ago, he's talking about being a part of an association, not getting skipped over, and then he's kind of doing the same to you. Did you feel that way? Did you make that connection or no?
Yeah, and then I made the connection that, like DJ's claiming, he's putting all this shit out there in the media so he can start a revolution or whatever he's doing so people can see the bullying tactics, whatever he's doing, whatever he may be doing, the reasons he may be doing it. If TJ was so on board with his whole Fighters Association thing, he would have backed DJ up, but now he's just kind of calling him Minnie Mouse and, tweeting out tweets to get under his skin. And plus, he's talking about skipping in line. He even talked about me not deserving a title shot, saying that nobody I fought was in the top 10. I mean, I'm pretty sure Formiga was number 3, right, and Smolka was top 15. I mean, my last few fights have never been outside the top 15. At the time, Scoggins was in the rankings, but now he was at 35, so he dropped out of the rankings. But for him to say I don't deserve it, I mean, why does he deserve it more than I do? Yeah. What has he done in the flyweight division? I mean, and I don't know. He just kind of, his personality is a little bit different from me. I feel like we're raised from different types of eras and different types of standards, and I feel a certain way about certain things, and he feels a certain way about certain things.
Do you have a deadline in your mind? Like, if you don't find out about this, you want to move on? Are you guys in communication with the UFC? Are they keeping you posted? At some point, some kind of decision has to be made here.
Yeah, my manager, Ollie, has been keeping me posted on, pretty much everything. But, I mean, my deadline was, like, a week ago. But
okay.
But I'm just an impatient guy. Yeah. I like to know when I'm fighting is the only thing. Even if it's not DJ, I just at least like to know when I'm fighting. So, I mean, I'm going to let it play out a little bit longer, and then I'll talk to my management team, and we'll see where we need to go from there. I mean, but, whatever happens is going to happen. I really don't. I mean, I'm a small fish in a big pond. Yeah. So I mean, I can't text Dana and say, Dana, give me the title shot. I can't text. I don't have that power. So sure. I mean, I can only sit back and wait for things to play out.
Must be kind of surreal to be caught in the middle of all this, right? I mean, the biggest story in MMA, and you are a pawn in all of this in many respects.
Yeah, it is. I mean, my name got thrown into the mix because, I was next in line for a title shot. I mean, it was talked about, as far as my knowledge, Formiga was supposed to be the next guy in line because, he beat a lot of the guys in the division. And then once I beat him, then it was kind of switched to me. And then it just the way time, unfolded, when I was thrown in the mix, it ended up having to be a whole damn freaking revolution or whatever DJ wants to call it. I don't know. But I wish my name would have got thrown in the mix at a little bit different time when it wasn't possibly jeopardizing the whole division.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, I appreciate your honesty in all this, and I hope it works out for you. And you know what? There is a silver lining. I think a lot more people know who you are now just because you were a part of this story. So I think there'll be a lot of interest in your next fight, regardless of who you're fighting. Thanks for coming on, Ray. Good luck with all of this. And, I hope that if it's the title shot, I hope you get it. If it's any fight, I just hope you get back to action sooner rather than later. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Ray Borg, stopping by. Great stuff from him. Really honest stuff. And to be honest, I didn't expect him to say, that he kind of wants to move on at this point. I thought that was really, actually, maybe that's a strike against Demetrius Johnson. Really, really interesting stuff. And like I said, I appreciate his candor. So let's stay in the Albuquerque region now. Let's go back to the 505. As I said at the top of the show, it's a very big weekend for Holly Holm. She looks to snap her 3-fight losing streak. She is fighting Bethe Correia in the main event of the UFC Fight Night Singapore card. And her head coach, Mike Winkeljohn, is on the phone right now. Mike, how are you?
I'm good, Ariel. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I really appreciate you coming on. When do you go out there? When are you in Singapore?
I'm jumping on a plane in the morning, so I'll be there. I'll be there Thursday morning. Time.
Is Holly there already?
Oh yeah. She's already there and settled in and doing things she needs to do.
Do you guys talk? I mean, because I know there's a science when you go that far away with the time zones and all that. Do you guys talk? Like, are you a believer that you have to go X amount of days, given how many time zones it's away? I know there's a whole kind of theory behind all of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody has the right formula and stuff, but getting out there early does definitely help with acclimating your body. But so she's out there in plenty of time. She was out there. I think she was there late on Saturday, so she'll be ready for the fight.
Okay. How do you feel? What's your level of confidence going into this one? I know, strange question for a coach. You're always confident, but this is a very important one for her.
Have you ever had a coach tell you they feel like shit about it? And not get kicked out of the corner?
Yeah.
No, I feel good about it. Absolutely feel good about it. I think Holly's can beat Bethe everywhere. I think Bethe is very, very strong. She's very good in the pocket with her boxing. She's as tough as they come. She's very good with her double underhooks and pushing people to the cage and slowing the fight down. She's very strong in her hips and her core, but with that being said, Holly just kind of can expose many weaknesses that she has everywhere else.
Perhaps this was the better question. How confident is Holly? I mean, anytime an athlete kind of suffers this sort of, losing streak, hits this kind of skid, I'm sure confidence comes into question a little bit. Have you sensed a change in the way, she's feeling, acting, holding herself before a fight as opposed to, a year and a half or so ago?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know what? She was on point with Misha, but just got caught off guard. Misha did a great job, beat her. It was a game of inches there at the end of the fight. The next fight was one of those fights I never should let Holly take. And I've said it before. I won't say why, but it took a while to get her out of that. And a lot of it has to do with your mindset and the confidence. And she's back. So I think people are going to see the old Holly Holm, new improved version with even more tools in this fight.
Why do you think she's back? Like, what's changed to get her back on track?
Oh, you know what? Just focus in on the fight instead of on other things at the moment. And that's it. Basically, just focus on what she needs to do to win the fight. And she's done it before where she's had to pick herself back up. And that's what Holly does. She never turned down a fight. She always is willing to fight. But in this case, it's a great fight for Holly. It gets her back where she wants to go, and can't look back past Bethe at all, but she's motivated for the fight. And
just out of curiosity, you said it on this show that you should have never let her take the Misha fight. How come you don't want to say why?
Oh, no, that's not the Misha fight. No, we wanted the Misha fight.
Oh, the Valentina fight.
No, I would never ever tell you why.
How come?
It's personal.
Okay.
It's one of those things that coaches don't do. You know what? There's reasons behind it, and that was my fault. We shouldn't have taken it, and I'm not going to tell you if it was an injury or a personal life type issue.
Okay.
But just one of those things that we shouldn't have taken it, and that one's on me. Jermaine, it took her a while to wake up. Maybe getting hit woke her up, but I thought we won that fight, and we'd like to see that one again.
Do you think that if she doesn't take the Valentina fight, everything changes afterwards? Like that kind of set off this domino effect for her?
If she didn't take it, as you're saying, if she didn't take it, yeah, if we wouldn't have had that fight, but you can't go back. She wouldn't be in the situation she's in. Uh-huh. Hey, you know what? Holly's lost to 3 fights in a row. But here's the deal. She lost to the world champ. Someone beat her for the world title. Yeah. She lost to Valentina, who's fighting for the world title. And she lost to Jermaine on a world title fight. So, this sucks. But at that level, it's 50-50 sometimes on some of these big fights. That's just where they're at.
How long did it take for you to get over the Jermaine fight? Because I mean, that was I thought she won the fight as well, and it was somewhat controversial with the blows after the bell. Was that one, like, did that sting a little more than the Valentina fight?
Well, not as much, no, because it didn't sting as much because I thought Holly won the fight. But it does suck not getting the decision. And starting late the way she did a little bit, it took her a while to get going and go back to things that we really wanted her to do. And we had to change sometimes mid-fight, and she didn't do some of it she did do. So, no, it took a while. It sucks losing. There's no doubt about it, but I've never seen a decision overturned. That's just the way it is. All we can do is just pull our pants up and keep going.
Are you surprised to see what's happened afterwards with Jermaine? It looks like she won't be defending that title anymore, and they're going to do a cyborg fight against possibly Megan Anderson. It kind of turned into a big mess after that. Are you surprised?
Not really. I mean, I think Jermaine have a good fight with Cyborg. I really do. I think Cyborg's going to come hard for one round, but I think Jermaine go. I think she could kind of beat Cyborg, especially after the first round. But I can't blame her. You know what? Cyborg, is Cyborg, and it's obvious. There's reasons why she is who she is. She's a very talented, explosive fighter. but there's reasons for it. And I've said it before on other shows. It's just it's one of those situations that, you know, we're not fighting her at the moment, but I'd like to see her stay clean. And even then, is that even fair? Because things have changed. But I'll just leave it at that.
Is that a fight that you would like to see Holly in, or are you okay if she never fights Cyborg?
I don't know. I kind of think I'd like to see Holly fight Cyborg, honestly. I think it could be a gigantic payday down the road for both fighters. I know Holly actually likes Cyborg, but and Holly would never turn down the fight, so that would be under management.
Okay. Were you ever worried after the Jermaine fight that Holly would not fight again?
Nope. Not in the slightest. I know Holly. She would never ever stop on a loss. That's just Holly.
It's amazing when the two most famous female fighters in MMA history, Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey, after suffering their first losses, changed. Gina never came back. Ronda came back one more time, and now it looks like she'll never come again. You can make a very strong case that number 3 in the history of the sport would be Holly Holm, and it seems like every time she loses, she wants to come back quicker and try to erase that loss. Like I don't know if that's maybe from her boxing background or just she's cut from a different cloth, but it is, in my opinion, very commendable that it's almost like the greater the adversity, the faster she wants to come back and make things right. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, that's exactly it. And that's Holly. That's why that's why she has gone so far as she has gone in the world of boxing and beaten Ronda Rousey and we just had a bad string here and some bad decisions, some a little bit of bad luck, I think a little bit of bad judging, and it's time to get going. Holly will be back. She's the real deal. Not only is she the person she is, it's so marketable, but she's a fighter at heart.
From a coaching perspective, did you have to change drastically the plan of it? I know every fight is different, but did you say did you have to take a step back and say, okay, we're doing this wrong in training, we have to do this to try to get back on track?
Yes, I did.
Are you able to elaborate more?
I just changed emphasis on different things. You know what? The sport is so big that what happens is people are trying to get spend so much time and effort on new things or developing new tools, and sometimes they forget about the tools they've had. And there's different things that do you attack or do you counter? There's just so many different variables in the fight. So Bethe has got her style, so there's a certain way to fight her, and we're going to make sure that we do that correctly in this fight.
As her coach, do you prefer Holly at 145 or 135?
You know what? I think whatever is the best fight for Holly at that point in time. I just wanted to get back to getting the world title. So either one would be fine. I think Holly would, after this fight, got to get to this fight first because I don't want to talk about it, but after this fight, we still want a world title shot. That's what I want. Either the winner at 135 or a world title shot. I have no idea what's going on with the 145-pound division, but that would be it.
Do you have a preference? Like, do you think that she has a better chance of becoming champion again if she's fighting at 145 as opposed to 135, or vice versa?
No, not right now. Not with the skill sets the ladies that are in those divisions have.
How many more years do you think that she is going to fight for?
I'm sure she's got a couple years in her. It's all about Holly has not taken that much damage in her career. She's taken more damage in her last few fights than she has in most of her career. And with that being said, I think she can fight for a long time. She lives a real healthy lifestyle, and she's real smart about what she puts in her body, how she trains and how she stays healthy. So it could be a couple years, and it's one of those things that one of these days when she doesn't have passion for it, she'll let us know. And that'll be the day. This
fight has kind of flown under the radar a bit because there's so much going on in the world of MMA, and it's so far away from the United States. It's on Fight Pass. Do you view that potentially as a blessing in disguise? There's less attention, less media. It's just kind of going to happen, maybe a little less pressure. Have you thought about these things, and do you think that's a benefit in her favor going into it, considering what's happened in the last few fights?
I think they both will. I think in some way they both get more to relax. There's no doubt. All the press, all the media, all the bullshit people have to go through before the fights is a distraction. Some do fine with it, and I think it's just it's easier on her life I don't think that stuff really changes the fight for her. When it's time to fight, if she performs, it's because she's done her hard work. If she doesn't perform, it's because some things have happened or we didn't do the right thing.
Again, as her coach, what concerns you most about Bethe? I mean, I feel like we kind of know what kind of fighter she is. Is there anything that really concerns you about her attack?
She keeps coming. Just her tenacity and her strength is huge. I think people underestimate how strong that young lady is.
Historically, going back to her boxing career, was Holly always kind of a slow starter?
Holly was never really the knockout artist in her boxing career, so I wouldn't call her a slow starter. I think in Holly's boxing career, we always had the game of don't get hit, hit and don't get hit, movement, and don't get hit. And it played out. That's why she was able to have so many fights and really never really get hit much.
Uh-huh.
People will get mad at Floyd Mayweather for being such a great defensive fighter. But in my mind, it's not about the fans. It's about the fighter's health. And so it had played out. MMA is kind of a different world and stuff. So there had to be some changes that had to be made to just the glove size, to the options of different variables and stuff. But I would never call her a slow starter at all.
Okay. By the way, who do you think wins, Mayweather or McGregor?
Well, I think if I was putting money on it, I'd put Mayweather on it. I think Conor has a chance early on. I think if Conor can come in with some different things that Floyd hasn't seen, off-angle things that he can attack so Floyd can't hide behind his shoulder, as such, he could pull off a surprise. But that would play out real quickly if Conor's thinking those thoughts.
Oh, okay. So you're not completely writing him off, but he has to do certain right things in order to give himself a chance. Oh yeah.
He's got to come to the table with something that Floyd hasn't seen much of before, and those are things that Conor can do. Conor's very athletic. Conor's got a great understanding of angles and footwork. But to do those things, that takes a lot of energy. And in a world title fight, do you hold back because you're worried about running out of gas, or do you just, let it go? And that's tough. That's hard. That's a hard call to make from the outside. What's going on in the fighter's mind?
Are you working with John yet?
Oh yeah.
How's he looking? Any change in him?
No, he's looking good. Well, he's coming in with a smile on his face, and I'm going to tell you what, John's coming in. He's finding new ways to hit people with elbows, and he's bringing real close to people's faces and just stopping and smiling and continuing on the process. And so he's got some new things that are even meaner for Daniel this fight.
Were you in the camp of, get a quote-unquote tune-up fight before going back to the Cormier fight, or do you not mind a year and a half later, since his last fight, him fighting for the belt against Daniel?
Oh, I love him fighting for the belt. I don't think he had any need for a tune-up fight to go fight Daniel Cormier. I think as much as I respect Daniel, I think this is a good fight for John because we beat him the first time. I think Daniel couldn't take him down. John was able to take him down. John was able to, I think, beat him everywhere, and I think that plays in our favor this fight, that we can expand on that and change some things, as Daniel will try, so that he fails once again.
The way you said, I don't think he needs a tune-up fight to fight Daniel Cormier makes me think that you don't think Daniel is much of a threat to John Jones.
No, that's not it, but I think everybody's a threat, but John is... he studies so much in the fact that he had a lot of things figured out. John had a lot of things figured out in the first fight that, because he studies fight tape, he watches fighters so much that I think that's one of those things that he's kind of got most of it figured out already, and it should play out the same way. So that's why I was okay with it.
As a team, did you guys have a sit down with him for this camp and say, like, this is it, this is do or die, we need to get back on the straight and narrow, we need to do this right?
No, not as a team and stuff. I know I've had that talk with him. I'm sure all of his coaches have had that talk with him. At least I hope they would have. But he is on the straight and narrow. And I always say John Jones, no one beats John Jones but himself. And he's been focused in training camp as through all of last week, on the right things. So with that being said, it should be a great fight for John.
Is this do or die for Holly Holm?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, if she was to lose this fight, it could be die. I never would see Holly retiring on a loss, and she's not going to lose, so it's not do or die. It's just a do situation, honestly.
Okay, but there, that thought is there in the back of your mind if we're being honest.
Yeah, but you know what? It would be there if we were doing a hypothetical thing on I actually thought she could possibly lose, but I can't see Holly losing. I really don't. She's looking really good. Great game plan. Got some good people helping her out. Joey Villasenor, one of the old Pride fighters that helps out at the gym, has really been in her head on a few things as far as what can help take her to a new level, and we're real excited about it.
Are you also cornering Andrei Arlovski in Singapore?
No, I'm not. Andre wasn't really able to make it to camp. A lot of issues that keep that from happening. But so as far as I know, we are not cornering Andre. He's been kind of off communication from us. Oh,
is he no longer a part of the team?
Andre is on the team forever. Andre can have whatever he wants. So that would definitely not be the case. Andrei Arlovski is one of our main guys. We really like Andrei Arlovski. Just behind the scenes, there's reasons why he wasn't back in camp this time. Okay,
so Holly's the only fighter you'll be cornering?
Correct.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. Safe travels out there, Coach, and good luck, of course, Saturday morning here in the United States. Holly Holm versus Bethe Correia. Always appreciate your candor and your insight. So thanks for jumping on with us today.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right. There he is. Coach Mike Winkeljohn, head coach for one. Holly Holm, interesting nugget there about Andrei Arlovski. I had heard that at the beginning of the camp he wasn't around. Was curious if he ended up there, but it sounds like he did not. And very interesting insight on one John Jones. And the way he said Daniel Cormier's name just kind of made me think that they don't feel still, regardless of everything, that Cormier is much of a threat. And also interesting to hear him say that this in many ways is do or die for one Holly Holm. Always a straight shooter, that Mike Winkeljohn. I appreciate his time very much, and I'm looking forward to that fight. I said last week on the program, I think as a main card, not the entire card, but just as a Fight Pass main card, a Fight Pass only event, this is one of the very best, and they've been doing less. This is just the second one, I believe, of 2017. But when you consider the names, Holly Holm, Rafael Dos Anjos, Tarek Safadine, Andrei Arlovski, Dong Young Kim, Colby Covington, this is a really good one, and I like the fact that it's happening so soon. As far as Saturday morning is concerned, you can watch your Saturday morning cartoons and some fights, and then you're done for the day. So that is, to me, a welcome change. Okay, let's move along. Been wanting to talk to Joe Lauzon for quite some time, especially as it pertains to the recent fighter retreat, his trip to Reebok HQ, and a couple other things. Let's welcome him in right now via the magic of Skype. There he is, the one and only Joe Lauzon. Joe, how are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
It's been a while since we had you on the show, so I appreciate you coming on. It's good to talk to you.
Oh, good to talk with you too. I thought you were maybe a little mad at me.
No, why? Should we clear this up? You texted me this. Why would you think I'm mad at you?
I didn't think you're mad, but I feel like I'll never break something that I'm not supposed to break. And like the last couple text messages I had from you were like, "Hey, can you confirm this fight?" And I just don't respond. So that's the only time I don't get back to you.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe a little.
I'll reveal a secret here. My plan of attack is I'll text someone like, "Hey, are you there?" And then usually, like someone like you, you're a very quick replier, which I appreciate greatly. You'll reply, "Yeah, what's up?" And then I'll ask the question. I learned this because in the past I would just ask the question, giving you the out not to respond.
No
exactly. Yeah. So now I know you're there, and then you don't respond. So I'm like, all right, Joe's a company guy, no hard feelings, but I have to at least ask, because that's part of doing my due diligence.
Of course.
But
I understand.
I don't hold it against you. I'm not mad at you. I don't hold a grudge. Just for the record.
All right.
But if you want to give me like a wink or a thumbs up, I'll never tell. I'll go to jail before I out a source. That's journalism 101.
I mean, if I say no, then it's a no, and if I don't say anything, then you kind of got an idea.
You could say no comments, or I can't confirm that at this time.
Yeah. Or if you get no response. Probably a good chance.
Okay. See, now we're on to something. See, that's...
See how it works? Yeah.
You just got back from Iraq.
I did.
What were you doing there?
It was awesome. So basically, I went out with a company. I went out with them like back in 2008. I went out to Iraq with this company called Pro Sports MVP. And it's basically like a goodwill trip. Go out and visit a whole bunch of, armed forces and, do meet and greets and do a little training with them and let them show us all their cool stuff, and we show them some cool stuff. Like, so I just spent. I was there. I was in Iraq for 6 days, but it was like an 8-day trip because of the travel and all that. A lot of travel. Any
concerns when you're there? Like, do you feel uncomfortable at all? Any safety concerns?
I felt much safer when I got home, but I never felt unsafe. Like, we're always well protected. And the last thing they want is for anything to happen with any of us.
Sure.
But definitely felt nice, landing in DC and being back in the United States. That was a good feeling.
Where do you sleep?
So we slept pretty much right at the airport. Not at the military airport, like where the airstrip is.
Yeah.
So like we slept in a tent. So it was me, Sam Alvey, Jake Ellenberger, Diego Sanchez, and then the girls I brought out with Emily Miller and Janie B, who are World Series of Fighting ring cut girls.
Okay.
So they were off in like a tent, but we were all together.
Wow. Any scuffles between the fighters in the tent? Like, did it get testy at times?
No, we were all good. We were all good. Like it was fun. We got to train a little bit with each other the last night. I got to roll with Ellenberger a good amount. But we just, we grappled and rolled around with guys at like 3 or 4 different bases. It was a really good time. We had a lot of fun.
And are you flying commercial there?
Yeah, so I flew Boston to DC. We all met in DC. So everyone else flew from like LA and all over the place. We all met in DC. And then we flew to Vienna, Austria, which was it was 2 hours to DC, 10 hours to Vienna, Austria, and then 3 hours to Erbil, which is in Iraq.
And when you're going Austria to Iraq, is that a commercial flight, or is that?
So that was all commercial.
Oh, wow.
And then the military base is right next to the Erbil airport. So that was like a 2-minute drive.
And just curious, like, do you go to, like, what is life like in Iraq these days? I mean, you don't hear about it as much in the news.
So we're in Kurdistan, which is like it's in Iraq, but it's like a segment of Iraq that I think is breaking off in the next couple of months. So I mean, it was good. I mean, everyone was like super positive about stuff. It sounds like basically the military is doing like basically using all the tech and drones and air support and bombs and missiles and all that kind of stuff. And we're not really sending a lot of people, boots on the ground in there. It's more so the Iraqi army that's doing that. So everyone was positive. I mean, it's just been really successful for them. It seems like.
All right.
It's really, really good. Everyone was positive.
Well, good for you. Glad you came home safe, and glad that we can talk. It's interesting that you're wearing the Reebok sweatshirt, because that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on. You were just so after the fighter retreat, which had all kinds of stories coming out of it as it pertains to Reebok, you went to the Reebok HQ, right?
Yes. So I've been there quite a few times. They're like maybe 15 minutes from my gym.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I've been over there. I've probably been there like half a dozen times now.
Okay.
But I went over there and, we had talked about some stuff at the retreat, and they kind of gave me some heads up on some stuff that was coming down the pipe, and I went over there to actually see stuff.
So what do you do? Like, is this your idea to go there, or do they call you and ask you to come visit?
It's been both. Like I've been there 6 times in the last year. There's been a couple times we've requested to go over there and just kind of check things out. But they've asked me over there, quite a few times.
And so this particular trip, because I saw that you tweeted about it, and you seem like you're, I guess, positive about the future and everything, coming off of what happened with Cajun Johnson and some of the concerns that were voiced, and the drama, if you will. What was the vibe like? What was the meeting about when you met with them this most recent time?
So meeting was good. I mean, it's always good when I go over there, because they understand that I understand what's going on, and I think I have a better picture of everything than most people. So basically, long story short, the Reebok came to terms with the UFC about coming up with this deal. It's like something like $70 million over 72 months, right?
Yeah.
So 6 years. So they basically come up with this deal where they're going to sponsor all these different fighters, and the UFC made the best deal that they thought was in the fighters' best interest, right? So like they thought that they talked to some people about what they were making in sponsors. They thought they were going to have everyone was going to be happy with Reebok, not having to chase all these smaller sponsors, and they signed this deal, right? So now everything is like, there's contracts, everything's in paper, everything's in writing. Like there's no going and changing this. There's no going like, oh, what do you think about doing this instead? It's like it's an agreement. It's a signed deal. Like there's no changing it. There's no wiggle room there. And I think that all the fighters seem to think that, like, if they complain on Twitter, it's going to help and it's going to change things. And, like, that's so the wrong way to go about it. I talked about it at the athlete retreat about how, basically Reebok spent all this money. So they spent $70 million to, sponsor all these athletes, right? And they're not making a return on their investment. They're spending $70 million in hopes they're going to make, $100 million or $200 million, or they're going to make more money back. But they're not, because all these fighters are being negative. So my whole thing is that, we've basically become toxic at this point. All these different, there's no way that Nike or Under Armour or some other sponsor is going to come in because the UFC took the best offer they got, right? So Reebok offered the most money. It's not like that Nike came in and was going to do more money, and the UFC's like, oh, no, we're going to go with Reebok instead, right? They went with the best offer. So Reebok was willing to spend the most and take a gamble on us, and it's backfired. It shot them in the face, right? It has not worked out well at all. So all these fighters complaining is not gonna look good for someone else coming in later down the line. When this deal is over, sponsors are going to be pretty much done as far as fighters go with apparel, right? So they're just going to be like, oh, you guys ruined it. You guys screwed yourself. So my whole thing is, if we're more positive about stuff and we're pro Reebok, Reebok will make some money. And then hopefully Reebok will either renew or someone else will see that Reebok made money and someone else will come in over the top and come in with more money. But it's like, it's so backwards of fighters thinking that, like, one, it's super unprofessional. I understand what KJ Johnson was getting at. And in the end, it kind of worked out well that we actually had that second meeting when they talked to us about stuff. But that was like a really unprofessional, bad way to go about things. I think it would have, when we were all together, that was fine. But could have directed that towards someone at the UFC, not at Reebok. You know what I mean? Like, it's because it's really almost all the issues are not really Reebok issues. Like the money was negotiated by the UFC, right? Reebok's not even, oh, you know what? We're going to give you triple what we talked about. It doesn't work like that. It's still a business. So, I just think that things were directed the wrong way, and I'm trying to get everyone on board and kind of understand the situation a little bit better. And everyone I talk to, I think they understand it better after. I've asked a lot of people. I've been straight up how are you doing in sponsors before and after? And I'd say 90% of people are saying that they're doing either the same or better now than they were before. And these are guys that had a lot of fights. And some of the newer guys, like a guy like KJ Johnson, right? So he would probably be fighting on Fight Pass if he comes in, right? Anytime I've ever fought on Fight Pass, I made nothing in sponsors. It's no one's watching. So it's these guys that are just coming in that are complaining they're not making money, they'd probably be on Fight Pass and they probably wouldn't be making any money anyways. So it's I think that everyone's hearing about the golden days of sponsors. Guys are getting $150,000 to wear a walkout t-shirt and they're thinking, oh, that would be me. And it's just not the case. It's just not. I feel like as fighters, as a group, I think we don't have the communication tools to talk to the right people, and instead we just take to Twitter and just start, blasting people.
Do you wish?
I'm unfortunate.
Do you wish that this deal was never made? Do you feel like you'd be better off, and the sport would be better off, or do you think that in the end this is better?
I think this is much better. So I figured out my 8 fights prior to the Reebok deal, I was averaging $24,000 a fight, right? So $24,000 now. Now that I also have to pay an agent or someone to chase down sponsors for me. I have to pay. The
great Oren Hodek,
I have to pay
right?
to have yes, Oren, who's awesome. Oren does great, and I think Oren does better for me than most.
Yeah,
a lot of guys I talked to were making $6,000-8,000. And they've had a lot of fights in the UFC. So Oren is awesome. So I think I had better management than most.
Okay.
And I'm losing a tiny little bit because so I'm in the 20 tier right now. For one fight, I think after Reebok I was in, or 1 or 2 fights I was in the 15 tier, but. I didn't have to pay Oren Hodek a piece. I didn't have to pay all these sponsor deals. They always come together last minute because if there were fights, if I'm fighting this coming weekend, and there were fights this week, some people have deals where they get so much if they win, so much if they do this, blah blah blah, and companies don't want to commit to next weekend until this past weekend has happened. So the sponsor deals all get settled up this week, early this week, hopefully, and then banners have to be printed, shorts have to be printed, shirts have to be printed, it all has to be overnighted. It ends up costing a good amount of money. So for me, from my perspective, someone's been around for a long time, $24,000, the old way versus $21,000, after for what I get, dude, I would take the Reebok money all day. It's just less hassle, less aggravation. And I'm someone that had a good manager and was doing a good job. Never mind all these other people that were, not doing well at all.
Is there also a case to be made, though, when they say, oh, there was no market anymore, the sponsorship game had dried up, that the UFC kind of helped kill the sponsorship game by imposing this tax, and then all of a sudden these mom and pop sponsors couldn't pay this $100,000 tax, and thus just, you know what I mean? If you continue to do that, then the sponsorship, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely. But here's the thing is that so if I think I'm an exciting fighter, right? I have good fights. I'm an exciting fighter. I think that companies would generally want to sponsor me, right? Because I have exciting fights. You end up seeing exciting clips and all these other things. So, but I'm an exciting fighter on a UFC broadcast.
Yeah.
It's not 100% on me. it doesn't matter. If I'm fighting on some big, huge pay-per-view card in like, you know, a co-main event slot or something like that, well, there's a lot of people that are watching because it's me on this card. It's two pieces that go together. It should never been that, oh, I get 100% of that value and the UFC had nothing to do with it, right?
Okay.
It's obviously it's Joe Lauzon fighting in the UFC.
Right.
You know, if I went to another organization, it's not going to be the same viewership. In the end, it's really the number of eyeballs that are watching you, right? Okay. So if I'm fighting on another show that's not doing as well, well, then of course the UFC is entitled to take a piece of that. So that's what they were doing.
What about when this news first came out? Lorenzo Fertitta was there, Dana White was there. They all said that all the money is going to the fighters. The $70 million a year, it's all going to the fighters. I mean, how is that possible?
So I think what they said in the beginning was that they were gonna use some of the money to run, like they basically started almost like a whole new department that runs all that stuff, right? So that $70 million is covering a couple things. One is covering all the product that they're giving us, which is it's expensive stuff, and that was one of my complaints against them. You know, I don't need to fight $150. I don't need to walk out a $150 hoodie.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wear it for about 3 minutes, right? Give me a $30 hoodie,
right?
You know what I mean? And I won't care.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, so same thing with the shorts. Shorts, I think, are important. We should have good shorts. So that's what we're actually competing in. But like the walkout T-shirt, I don't need a $100 T-shirt to walk out for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and then the same thing for all my cornermen and everything else. You know what I mean? Like, so, but the $70 million covers paying the fighters. It covers all the product that we're given. You know, the fighters and the corners. Yeah. And then it covers paying all the staff, which it is a huge amount of work for them, like tracking everyone down, making sure they have all their stuff, getting all the sizing right. I mean, I'm sure that money's flying them out and putting them up and all sorts of stuff. So it's like there's salary for quite a few people that is all kind of built into it too. So I think that the promise was always that, oh, this money is all going to go to the fighters. But they said from the start that money was also going to cover that other stuff. It's not like it's 100%. It's not like this $70 million is going to fighters' pockets. So that was never the case.
You don't believe that the UFC is profiting from this particular deal?
No, I mean, well, so they're absolutely profiting because the sport is getting better. You know, like you look at these other shows, you can't even argue that the UFC doesn't look 100 times better than all these other shows with all these sponsors all over the shorts. Like it's borderline.
I disagree with you. Like you think that the shorts are nice. Like you actually think like from a design standpoint, one black with a white stripe and then one white with a black stripe and a couple of different colors. Like you like that as a hardcore fan as opposed to a boxing fan who like every guy is wearing different shorts. And if you look at another organization, like I think that being unique is part of combat sports, right? Like having your own style, like a Joanne Calderwood wearing the kilt makes her different than her opponent as opposed to everyone looking the same. Isn't that a part of being a fight fan? Like you kind of gravitate to a different personalities?
For me, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I want to be defined on what I do, not the shorts that I'm wearing. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be, you know, so yeah, I don't think it's a big deal, you know, and I think it looks so much better, you know, without having all kinds of shorts. And then it just looks crappy when you have like people that do sponsors. They have freaking like logos falling off or, you know what I mean? Like they're just like, it just looks really trashy and crappy, you know, like NASCAR is like, you know, NASCAR looks like the car's a billboard, right? But at least the letters and stuff aren't falling off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think it looked trashy, you know, and I think that the UFC is making money in the end because now we're getting more coverage. It's more coverage on ESPN, all these other things. And they also told us the athlete retreat that part of the reason why they like the uniforms, you know, and the more standard thing is because like ESPN didn't want to go and give all these other companies all this kind of exposure. Like ESPN doesn't want Microsoft to be on Demetrius Johnson and ESPN to be showing the clips and Microsoft getting exposure, but ESPN not getting money. Same thing like the UFC, like why the UFC had the sponsor tax.
Fair.
It's not okay. It's 100% on me because I'm fighting. It's me fighting on a UFC show that ESPN is going to run clips of. You know, there's a lot of pieces to it.
How do you feel about the tiered system as far as your tenure is concerned? Because you're in a good spot, but like you think of a guy like Alexander Gustafsson, right? He just headlined a show in his hometown of Stockholm. He's at the 10,000 mark. I have a hard time believing that Alex, as big of a star that he is in Sweden, couldn't get more money for sponsorship in a show that he was headlining. I mean, that shows, right?
I'm sure he would. You know, or a guy like Dan Henderson. You know, Dan Henderson hasn't had a whole lot of fights in UFC lately, you know. So he's obviously making a lot less money. But those guys are getting paid. Those guys that are really, really top, like marquee guys, they're getting more on the front end. You know, like to me, I figure out like when I think about my show and win money, right? Everything's coming from the UFC at this point, right? Yeah. So I have my contract, I'm at 62 and 62.
Okay.
Right? So and I get 20 in sponsors. So I don't think, my show money is 62. My show money is now 82. You know, so it doesn't matter what's coming from show and what's coming from Reebok. It's whatever I'm depositing in my account. Okay. I'm sure that Gustafsson, who's a huge name, he's getting a lot more money on the contract end, you know, and it sucked for a little bit. There was like a little time in the middle where guys had signed contracts, they had long contracts that, you know, was before the Reebok deal was announced, because it sucks for them a little bit, right? Because they're making a lot less money in the short term for that. But now we're 2 years later. I'm sure almost everyone has signed some kind of new contract or done something, you know, that, you know, since the Reebok deal. You know, like most people have. I'm sure there's cases and exceptions, but for the most part, you know, negotiate your contract a little higher, and you know, it makes up for this.
I think Iaquinta is one of those who doesn't fall, and maybe that's why he's upset. But let me ask you this.
You know,
go ahead.
No, so like Al, you know, I think Al goes about things. I understand what he's saying. I hear him on stuff, but like he goes about things all wrong, and you don't make any friends. You know, saying, you know, F the UFC and all sort of stuff is not going to help him. You know, he's on like I think it was like a 3-fight, like he wasn't eligible for bonuses. You know, it's not going to help him to, you know, keep doing this, because what's going to happen if the UFC goes and caves into him and gives into his demands? You're going to have 450 guys saying F the UFC on Twitter nonstop, because they think that this is a negotiating. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, they're going to make an example of him. You know, like you can't, you know, what would happen if you got on this podcast and started reaming out all your bosses and everyone that you didn't like, you know what I mean? Or, you know, like that's not going to go well for you. You're going to be fired, you know, when you talk about the wrong person. Like, and I think he's trying to get fired at this point. I think he's just, you know, he's chalking it up as a loss, and he's just going to, you know, try to get out of his contract any way he can. But I don't know. I think he's going about it all wrong.
Are Reebok, like as a company, are they unhappy with the deal? Like if the deal was up this summer, do you think that they would say, you know, thanks but no thanks and leave?
Well, so a company that's as big as Reebok, they have like a 2-year production cycle, right? So the stuff that's going to come out, I don't know if it's for this summer or this coming fall, is all the stuff that from when the deal was announced, this is stuff that they were working on right away. Before this, basically this is all the CrossFit leftover stuff. That's why this stuff hasn't been great. You know, like almost everything you see, everything they're giving us is like CrossFit this, CrossFit that. You know, almost none of the fighters actually do CrossFit. Right? Yeah. We all have CrossFit people that don't have a sport, right? So, or CrossFit is their sport. Yeah. So we had all like the leftover CrossFit stuff. So now we're starting to get like the actual MMA design stuff, better shorts, better shirts. I got a pair of shorts that is going to be, I think it's in the fall line, that I got a prototype like 2 years ago. Wow. When they first announced everything, you know what I mean? Like, and this stuff is really, really good. And it's made for grappling. It's made for this stuff. Like CrossFit, like no other sport is the same as jiu-jitsu and grappling and fighting. Okay. Like it's so different. So now we're just starting to see stuff. So to answer your question about that, I don't think they would want to back out right now, because they have like, you know, stuff that's planned. You know, we're 2017 right now. They've already got 2019. That's what they're working on right now. Okay. You know, I think that once we get to the final 2 years, then they would start thinking, you know, maybe do we want to, you know, start pushing forward. But if things don't change, they're not going to start planning for, you know, when the deal's over. They're just like, all right, when this deal's done, we're done and we're walking the other way.
I like the way you break things down. So let me ask you this. As you know, because I know you keep up with things, the TV deal is up next year, right? The Fox TV deal is up next year. Currently, the fighters make 0% of the revenue. So if they make $100 a year, $100 million a year, as they currently do, or $400 million, has been reported that they want to get, you guys make none of that. As you know, in other sports like the NBA, for example, the players make 50%. That's why the Warriors were able to sign Kevin Durant. Their salary cap went up. Do you think the fighters should make a cut of the TV deal? Because yes, it is a UFC TV deal, but you can't deny that there are stars that draw more. There are people, like fans want to come watch you fight because you deliver, Holly Holm, et cetera, et cetera. Should you make a percentage? Maybe not 50%, but 5-10%.
You know, maybe. I don't really know. Like, I'm not as involved in that kind of stuff. Like, I haven't really thought about it as much. I mean, of course, I want more money for the fighters all the time. You know, so one half of me is like, yeah, we should be getting that. You know, but I really don't know. You know, I think the UFC is in a different place too than these other things. Like, you know that come football season, you know there's going to be tons of football on Sundays. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what's going on with fights as much. You know what I mean? Like, I think the UFC spends a lot more money marketing and all that kind of stuff than I think these other leagues do too. So I think that they make more. These other leagues make more money to start with, but they also have less costs for marketing and things like that. And I think the UFC just dumps a lot of that money back into it. So I really do. Like, I've never.
You'd be okay.
I've never thought that like the UFC is pocketing all this money and just putting it in their pocket. I think that they're reinvesting it all the time.
Okay,
so because
you'd be okay if it stayed at 0%.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, of course, I want the fighters to make more money, but I don't know. You know, I don't know. Of course, I'd want the fighters to get a piece of that, but you know, if it's gonna happen or not, I don't know.
You've been in the UFC 10 years now. How long do you want to do this for?
I mean, I love training. I love being in the gym. I love getting better. I feel like, every once in a while, like every like 4 or 5 fights, I'll have like a, kind of a bad fight, but then I'll have a couple good ones. And I don't know. I mean, I really enjoy training. I really enjoy, like, I love going to the gym all the time. I love, working on things. I love improving. I love fight night, fight week. Everything is awesome. I don't know. As long as I'm still physically able to train, I want to keep training. I want to keep fighting. I don't feel like guys are, passing me by. I think it's a really, really tough sport. I don't think it was ever, I don't know. We'll just keep going. We're going to keep going. We'll take it fight by fight. Like, I'm not stuck. I don't feel like I have to fight, but I really enjoy it.
Do you have your next fight yet?
Nope, nothing yet. Probably like September. I talked to Sean Shelby 2 weeks ago, and he asked when I wanted to fight. I told him August. And I was like, well, we're going to Denver and we're going to Mexico City. I think we're the 2 places. And they're both at altitude. I'm like, oh, let's talk about September. Let's point those 2 places. So, we'll see. I'm not sweating it. I'll fight, probably September, I would guess.
And so if a fighter is watching this, what is the message? What as someone who's been on, the front lines, for lack of a better term, who's met with Reebok, who's just there, who I think has a very good handle on all this, what is the message as it pertains to the current relationship between Reebok and the fighters?
I've been burned by a lot of sponsors in the past, for a lot of money. I'm not worried about getting burned by Reebok. I'm not worried about getting burned by the UFC. I think that, everyone's kind of thinking that they're going to make all this crazy money with external sponsors, and it's just not the case. There's some guys that are few and far between that, like, they have like a friend or something like that. And yeah, they're going to get more money, or they have like a unique relationship. But for the most part, that's not how it goes, So I think, being more pro Reebok, we want Reebok to make money, so that the money's gonna come directly to us. I think that complaining on Twitter and all this other stuff, you're shooting yourselves in the foot. It's not gonna work out for us. It's just gonna, we're gonna be fighting in UFC clothes and no sponsor money. The entire piece is going away. And we're gonna have no one to blame but ourselves. It's gonna be 100% our fault. So smarten up.
Do you think there'll be an association ever in the sport?
I don't. I mean, maybe, but I think everyone's needs are just so different. You get a guy like Conor. Conor's not looking out for everyone else. He's looking out for him. Like all these other guys that are top in the division, like they're all looking at it as like, oh, I've worked really, really hard all this time. I'm going to get what I can get. That's how I feel. And I'm not making as much money as those guys, but I make good money now for my show money to win. But I've had 25 fights in the UFC. I've been here for 10 years. Yeah, I'm going to try to, looking out, of course I want more money for all the fighters all the time, but at the same time, realistic, I'm most concerned what's going on for me. Just like I'm sure every other fighter in there. Anyone that says that they're not is lying. They're straight up lying. Everyone's looking out for what's best for them.
But what if there was like some sort of collective bargaining thing where it doesn't affect your purse, but it affects like the TV deal, the cut, like you all make a cut of that, and so that you all have a collective voice. USADA, right? You guys didn't have a say in the USADA deal. There was no collective bargaining there. They just said, sign this piece of paper, and now you're going to be monitored 24/7, 365. I'm a fan of that. I think there should be testing, but it doesn't affect my life. It affects your life. I think I've seen you tweet that they, knock on your door at like 10 p.m. or 6 a.m.
Yeah,
right?
they do, and I'm happy to see them every time they come.
Okay.
Every time they come, I'm happy. The first time they showed up at my house, it was like 6:30 in the morning, and I was like, who is this? Like, who's banging on my door at 6:30 in the morning? And then I'm like, oh, here we go. I'm happy about that. Get everyone. I'm sure I fought guys that have tested positive or were on something. I'm sure it's happened. Yeah. Catch them all. That's not like I don't look at that as a negative thing. I think that's a good thing. Get them all. Keep it going. Test me freaking twice a week, every week.
But the lesson is you want to have a say in the matter.
Yeah. I would like to have a say, but
sure.
Yeah. But I just think that, it's like if someone tried to set up an organization with like bare minimum stuff, then maybe it would have a chance. But they're not. Everyone's trying to and everyone's greedy too. There's always 3 or 4 organizations, people trying to sign up different things all at the same time, and everyone's getting ahead of themselves. Like, oh, we're gonna do this organization, we're gonna do this organization, and like all these different things. Is like, and you're just gonna fragment everyone. You need to, like, if you're trying to get everyone together, you need to go like bare minimum just to get the organization started, and get all the fighters to sign on at that point. Yeah. And then over time, slowly expand out. Yep. But it'll never happen. It'll never happen. Everyone's fighting for their piece, and everyone's trying to make money, and like, oh, I'm gonna be the one that gets the real. Union to start. It's just never I think it's not gonna happen.
How's your son?
He's doing good. He's taking a nap right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Hopefully not next week, but he's all good, right?
Yeah, he's super happy, super healthy. He's super tiny. So he's on he's on human growth hormone.
Okay.
So because he's like bottom like 1%.
Oh wow.
So he's super tiny, but he's doing great. We got him approved to go to he's got a little bit of hearing loss from the chemo. So we got him approved to go to a school that's near us. It's like super expensive, but the town will pay for it.
Wow.
But it's basically for kids with hearing loss. But he's going to start that in July. So, but everything's great with him. He's awesome. He's so much fun.
Great to hear that. A lot of respect for you, Joe. Great stuff. I appreciate the insight. Thank you very much for coming on, and I'm happy that we squashed our beef and that we're friends again.
I am too. We'll be BFF again. Sounds good.
Awesome. We'll talk to you soon. There he is, Joe Lauzon. Great stuff from him. It's always great to hear that other perspective. Appreciate him coming on and dropping some knowledge. All right. Let us go to the phone lines. Let's stick with this business theme if we can here, because our next guest, as I told you at the top, Urijah Faber, has some very interesting news, some exciting news for his team, Team Alpha Male. Let's get right to it. He was kind of MIA on us. We couldn't find him, but I believe we've tracked him down. Urijah, are you there?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Are you so busy that you don't remember when you're scheduled to come on the show?
I'm scheduled to be on at 11:30. What time is it?
Well, it's 11:36.
Oh, I've been sitting on hold for about 7 minutes.
Yeah, right. Anyhow, let's.
What's up, buddy? No, today's the first day of our gym, like the full opening of our new gym out here. So it's pretty busy, and I was in helping coach practice. We got, a bunch of young guys. I was working with Sage Northcutt, actually. He's out here learning the good stuff. So he and I just got done doing a little private.
Oh, wait. Okay. Well, I was going to bring up Sage at the end, but since you brought him up first, I mean, I see on your Instagram and everything. What is going on there? Has he joined the team?
Well, right now he's coming out. He works out with one of my very good buddies out at Paradigm in Texas, who I actually coached in college at UC Davis. And so this is a week out right now. He's got a full camp, so I'm not sure how much he's going to be out here for his camp, but I think it's probably going to be a more permanent thing for him moving forward. But as of right now, he's kind of splitting time, and man, what a fast learner and what a positive guy. He's fun to be around.
Wow, so you foresee him joining the team full-time after this next fight?
I believe so. I mean, You have to double-check with him, but I think so.
That is amazing. I want to see like a reality show, you just showing him the ropes of life.
You don't want to see that. He doesn't want to see that either. I'll stick to the MMA stuff. He seems to have life figured out pretty well.
And so who will be coaching him?
I'll be coaching him. Chris Holdsworth, Danny Castillo, Justin Buckles, Fabio Prado,
Wow.
Joey, and so on and so forth. We've got a whole staff of guys here.
Will you guys be cornering him for this fight?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's really going to kick in.
But I'm not sure.
All right. Wow, that's interesting. Because you don't have a lot of 170, 155 guys, at least right now. You're kind of known for 145, 135, 125, the 115 women. So I like this addition very much. I feel like you can get Sage back on the straight and narrow, get his life in order.
His life's in order, man. That's about the most ordered life there is.
It was a joke.
Hey guys, that guy he's got it all figured out right now without even trying. So his parents did a great job, and he's a fast learner, man. And we have a lot of guys at the heavier weights too. Not heavier weights. We've got 85, 70s, 55s. We've got a couple guys that are Josh Emmett's a 55-pounder. Damian Norris is a 55-pounder, so he'll have some good guys to go with out here.
Who has better abs, you or him?
You're talking to the retired Urijah Faber.
Okay.
He definitely has better abs. He got everything, better everything at this point.
I saw that you tweeted something like, "Oh, I look fat in the water" or something, and I see at least like a 4-pack, if not a 6-pack. And I'm like, "Come on, you're right."
I don't look fat.
You said
That's
something.
Thick. I'm like a barrel. I'm strong like America, but I'm just like a SquarePants, whatever his name is.
Fine.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
I'll take it. I'll take it any day.
All right.
Okay. Let's not beat around the bush. You've got some very exciting news regarding the future of Team Alpha Male. I said earlier that it's we've been talking a lot about the business of MMA. We just had Joe Lauzon on talking about Reebok, trying to give us a different side of things. Well, what you're doing right now has not been done, and I think it's fascinating. So the floor is yours. Tell the world what's going on with Team Alpha Male.
Yeah, so we've been working on basically from a grassroots campaign, building up the best team in the world, and we've been awarded that a few times in the past, and I feel like it's kind of where we're staking our claim at this point. And to add to that, we've got an incredible backing now. So we've got a new sponsorship, a big corporate sponsorship with a great guy named Jim Wilkinson, who actually brought his group down for a corporate retreat to our gym to do a really cool mixture of watching practice and getting a workout and getting a motivational talk and doing some interviews with our up-and-comers and some of the more established guys. And we really hit it off. And I took a trip down to his headquarters out in Truckee, about an hour and a half up the hill towards Tahoe, and saw the operation he's running. And we have a lot of the same core values and ideology about business and things like that. So he stepped up big time and did a substantial sponsorship for our team, including salaries for our coaches, which we've always been a self-funded team. The guys pitch in and pay cash to pay for the coaches. Now we're going to be able to staff, put guys on, make them more comfortable so they can be hands-on a lot more, spend more time with the fighters, be more involved and make this team even better. We have a scholarship program now where we've got a little bit of a recruiting budget, and we have, guys that we're trying to pull in and build the team throughout from, 110-pound girls or 105-pound girls to heavyweight guys. And we're going to be looking to grow the team and make the best team in the world through and through. He's also incorporating a discretionary bonus system, which has kind of gone away with the new ownership with the UFC. You may just end up with a check in your mailbox. That's the way it used to be for the UFC. Dana White or Lorenzo Fertitta felt like somebody did something inspiring or somebody did something deserving, and they would get a check that just out of the kindness of their heart. And we're incorporating something very similar here, and it's pretty cool. We already had our first round of our established guys getting awards, which is pretty cool for them and helped out a lot. And the last part of this thing, or two last parts, is first off getting a curriculum on kind of the business life, coaching people through financial stuff with the real world, goal setting and things like that. We're creating a real curriculum to get these guys ready to go into the real world after the fight game, because we have different roles and different different levels of fighting, and so kind of prepping these guys for the real world, to having a real curriculum with Jim's help and with some other resources that we have to continue to make our fighters well-rounded. And the last part is we have our own aviation partnership now. So private flights for fight-related things for friends and family and teammates while we're going across the West Coast on the fight scene. So it's pretty cool. We had one guy in particular, Joseph Morales. He met Jim and the crew on the corporate retreat, and he had his wife that was pregnant with their first baby, and he's 22 years old, and it ended up being a massive fight for him. And Jim was like, "Hey man, let's get your girl out there and your mom out there." And it ended up being a monumental fight for him. He won the fight. He had the baby 2 weeks later, and his whole family was there to experience. So it's been pretty cool, man. I mean, it's a cutting edge thing that we're working on here, and it's exciting on a bunch of different fronts.
Wow, that is amazing. And kudos to Jim and his company for doing that and investing in the sport. Is this do you have a contract where it's like a 3-year deal, a 4-year deal, something like that, or is it just open-ended?
So it's an open-ended. We definitely have a year deal right now with intent to continue beyond, and we have a lot of big things in the making. So these things I'm talking about right now are just kind of small potatoes compared to the things that we're working on. And so we'll have more announcements as those things unfold. But it's a perfect time. I mean, the new gym that we have, we went from an 8,500 square foot facility that has been kind of run down over the last 12 years to a 21,000 square foot facility with all of the amenities and an octagon and so many cool things. So it's a bright future for Team Alpha Male. And we're excited about Jim and the team at Mountain Lion Aviation believing in us and seeing that we're something to be held on a pedestal and something to get inspiration and learn lessons from. And it's going to be a reciprocal situation. So we're going to learn from their group as well.
I've told you this before. You're the most entertaining Instagram follow in MMA. Your stories are top notch. Like you did a whole day on just a slug attached to your car, and I was riveted. I just couldn't wait to see the next slide. But I mentioned that because over the last few months, the progress that you've shown us as far as the gym is concerned, and like you overseeing it all has been amazing. And then I saw some videos of like, I think Cody was there and Sage on Saturday, and you guys were watching the fights while on the mat. Like you have these 4 screens up on the wall. I mean, the gym is just unbelievable. Was that all you? Like, I mean, I know you had a team of people, and I think your dad and brother worked on it, but was this all your vision that you put into play here?
Yeah, man, I've been inspired by a lot of people around me throughout the years, and I see stuff that is just done top notch, and that's kind of how I like to do things. So, I mean, this gym is a piece of art. I've got
insane
wood finishes across the entire place, from all the front desks. We have front desks. We have a cafe that has, you know, custom finished wood that is from here in Sacramento. We've got world-class artists that are doing big murals on the outside of the place, and we've got some of the best food and supplements and everything that is going to be, you know, ready for before and after. And if anyone wants to chill out and hang out, we've got, you know, food and drinks for them. We've got a locker room for the team, which kind of keeps the heathens away from the general folk. And then we've got, you know, but it's all fine finishes, and it's all beautiful. And I feel like, you know, people will take great care of it because it is so unique and it is so special. We've got an indoor-outdoor spot where we have training for that. We've got an elevated cage that overlooks the whole gym, and then we've got world-class fighters just funneling throughout the day that are friendly and having a good time. So it's a really, really cool environment, and I feel like definitely it's something that I've been dreaming about, and now it's here.
And so the other gym has closed down, right? You're no longer there.
Right. We have closed that gym.
Okay.
Was there for 11 years, which is pretty incredible. And, you know, I still have my UFC gym, Urijah Faber, out in Auckland, California, which is about 35, 40 minutes away.
Okay.
But this is Urijah Faber's Ultimate Fitness, and it's a gym, dude. We've got that's 4 74-inch TVs that make one big screen, and we've got TVs throughout so we can hold events here. And we've got, you know, 6 taps at the cafe. And the thing's going to keep getting better, especially with Mountain Lion Aviation behind us and the things that we're going to say in the future that are in store. This is the place to be. So if you're an up-and-coming fighter, or you're somebody looking for that edge, and you're out there in the fight world, trust me, this is the place to be.
Never say trust me before trying to convince someone, because that's like the number one thing. Not, you know, that's the like.
That was not convincing. That was an offer.
That was okay.
But I really feel like people can't trust me.
I actually agree with that 100%. About the flights, can you just clarify this? Like, if I'm Cynthia Calvillo fighting in Scotland, do I now get like a private plane to take me there from Sacramento? How does this work?
No, so it'll be primarily on the West Coast, and you know, the way Jim, you know, as I've got to know him and the things that we've talked about, the way he does things, he goes big. He starts, you know, a little foot in the door, and you know, his accolades. I mean, you can look him up on his own and see kind of what an accomplished guy he is, but he's the guy that's going to grow this thing fast. So I think he's got 4 or 5 planes on call now, and we just, you know, go through they call it the chief. The chief, what is it called? The chief possibilities. We have a chief possibilities manager who basically helps us structure our fights when we need them, and it'll be, you know, getting our fighters from the top guys to the lower tier guys to their fights across the West Coast primarily, and probably beyond then in a pretty quick fashion.
Was this something that you felt needed to be done for the team, for the growth, the health of the team? You know, we just had Joe Lauzon on talking about sponsorship and things like that. And we all know the sport is cyclical, and maybe it's going through a bit of a rough patch as far as, you know, sponsorship is concerned from the glory days and all that. Did you feel like the fighters needed this in order to keep going and in order for you to recruit the best fighters to the team?
Absolutely not. I mean, we don't need that. I mean, if you look at, you know, Wildcard Gym where Manny Pacquiao trains, and Floyd Mayweather's gym in boxing where he trains. I mean, all you really need is a heart. You know, home is where the heart is. Talent is where the heart is. You know, it's all about heart. But I feel like rewarding our guys and making it easier on them, getting keeping more money in their pocket. We've also got this crazy structure that's very unique that I came up with. It's going to put a ton of money back into the fighters' pockets from a standpoint of training, and it's a co-op situation. I can go more into depth at a different time on that, but we've got guys that are on scholarship that are required to do privates with our different guys, and we can assign that to them. We have, head coaches, we have assistant coaches, we have mitmen, we have the fighter buddy system where you take a fighter out with you and it becomes an experience for them. They get their per diem paid for, but they're there to help you out. Manually docking your 8-week camp, so you have a tally at the end of the day, and you get a bill at the end of the day versus giving percentages to everyone. There's a lot of things that I'm implementing to help the fighters keep money in their pockets. Stop guys from having their hands out and tugging at heartstrings and set a real system in place, which I think that is very important, because in boxing you have your trainer and that's it. This is one sport. Here we have wrestling, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing. We have judo. We have guys that are great at mixing things together. We have our strength and conditioning. There's too many things to cover. At the end of the day, for a fighter that has a good heart and wants to help everyone else that's helped him out, how does he know how to give the money, and how does he know this? Guys are ending up, broke at the end of a camp. Pay your taxes, pay your manager, pay this guy, pay that guy. So this is going to help the guys tremendously with peace of mind, with the fighter's spirit and the heart. The things that really matter are always internal, and we know that.
Do you feel like this is a bit of a byproduct of you walking away? Like now you have more time to look at the team and make business deals like this, and you have to be somewhat selfish when you're preparing for a fight several weeks out. Do you feel somewhat free now that you can do this stuff and kind of move on with your life?
Absolutely. I mean, that was part of the deal. Is I have so many things, balls that I'm juggling. I mean, I'll probably announce it soon, but I was just in my first big movie, which was awesome.
Oh.
I've been working on some other entertainment projects. We've got our new gym and the new facility, the new things happening with the team. Some other business things that are going to be really great, going international with big companies. I mean, we've got some massive things on the horizon, and being able to take a deep breath and instead of dodging punches on the daily, I'm making power moves on the daily, and so I enjoy it.
Are they the exclusive sort of sponsor of the team now? Can no one else come in? Are you not looking for anyone else?
So no, we have Everlast, which has been a big sponsor of the team and the gym as of late. Purist Labs, which is providing supplements, the best supplements in the world for our team, and actually built out the Octagon here in our place. We've got Torque is my company. We get the guys stuff as well, but we're always looking for opportunities. That's the cool thing about Jim, being a guy that understands about business and wanting to just do things that are great for the fighters, is that he wants to make sure that we're taken care of. So if anything else, if nothing else, aside from being the main and title sponsor, name on the mat, name on the shirts, and someone that we're associated with that there's a reciprocal situation. We have a guy that's looking out for our best interest. We're looking to bring more opportunities to us and doing it for the right reasons, which is super important. And that's one of the reasons why we agreed to do this whole partnership.
Wow. Very cool. So I always said, you remind me, like, not the pictures, the dressing up like a woman type of thing, but you reminded me of the Oscar De La Hoya of MMA.
De La Hoya is my boy. Why did you have to go there?
I just say he's had some low moments, but as far as like your business acumen, maybe even better. Like I fully expect one day to see a Urijah Faber promotions and what you're doing with the gym, how nice the gym look. I mean, what you did to that gym is just unbelievable. It makes me want to train to be an MMA fighter, and that's saying a lot.
You.
And then this type of deal, if you're a fighter, why wouldn't you want to join the team and be a part of this and cash in like this and get these perks? So I really give you a lot of credit for thinking big picture here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've always, tried to think outside the box. And, as you know, the mixed martial arts fighters, I've had a lot less to work on than some of these big guys. A lot of people were complaining because Kobe came to the Fighter Summit and was talking about investing. And I was watching some interviews where people are like, invest in what money, that kind of thing. But that's why I think this is an important thing. They're talking about, guys like De La Hoya made hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
And, I made some millions, not hundreds of millions or anywhere in the same ballpark, but I've had to be creative, and I've had to be resourceful, and I had to lean on people that I really trust and that have been with me for a long time, and that's been a big key to my success, is building a great team of folks that I trust and know, and that are here for the right reasons. And I'm going to continue to build this place with a heart, and with a place that people want to stay, regardless of what the draws are outside of the octagon.
By the way, I have to ask, if you're the UFC, do you book TJ versus DJ? Do you like this fight? How do you feel about everything that's been going on with your former teammate?
Oh, I haven't really been watching, to be honest.
Okay.
I haven't. I've been busy doing. I'm on the offense, man. I'm not watching.
You're not watching the MMA Hour?
Do their thing. I have not been watching the MMA Hour.
Well, your dad does. Your dad does.
My dad is. Oh, absolutely.
You have spies who are telling me that I'm turning against you. Come on, you know it.
Yeah. Hey, it's funny. I mean, here's what we have. Which I know our friendship goes deeper than yes. Whether or not you want to turn against me for the day.
I would never.
I mean, it hurts a little bit, but
never.
It's funny. I mean, there's politics out there. There's all these different things. There's funny the way stories get spun and everything else. But I'm very happy with what we've got going right now, and I don't have time to be watching the other things, man. I'm doing my stuff. But I would love to see any fight against top fighters. Both those guys are tough fighters. That'd be great.
How's Cody's back?
Is that happening?
No, it's not. I mean, they want it to happen, but it's not happening yet.
No. I will say it's so TJ would go back down to 125. Huh?
Yeah.
He's never been to 125s before.
No, that's why it's a little bit tricky. What if he misses weight? It's not a title fight anymore.
Well, he looks a lot smaller than he used to, so I don't know if he's missing any weight or anything like that.
What about Cody's back?
Cody was in practice today, man. It was great to have him here, and he got up early at 8:00 in the morning or 7:45 and went and did a bunch of pre-physical therapy stuff before practice, and he's on track to do battle whenever.
Okay. Well, congratulations again to you and Mountain Lion Aviation for this historic deal. This is great stuff. I'm sure the fighters, I know you told them a couple of days ago. I'm sure they're very excited about all of this, and I appreciate you coming on the show and announcing it to the world. And I think I'll be seeing you in a month in Las Vegas as you get inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame, right?
Absolutely, man. And I just want to say thanks again to Mountain Lion Aviation for believing in us and being such a cool partner. I mean, there's a lot of sponsorships out there, but what's cooler than private aviation out of Truckee, California,
yes.
which is one of the most chill places on the planet.
I've never had the pleasure, but it sounds very cool.
Well, hey, as part of this deal, I'm going to talk to Jim. We're going to get a flight. You and I are flying somewhere together.
Wow.
We're doing it.
Okay, I'm bringing my mom too. She'd love it.
Oh, I would love that. Let's bring your mom. Do it.
Thank you, Urijah. I appreciate it, and congratulations.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, there he is, Urijah Faber. Very cool stuff. I see some positive business news here. It's all positive today on the MMA Hour. All right, let's move along. Very excited to welcome in a man who doesn't do a lot of interviews, but he's on the program. Everyone wants to hear from the axe murderer, Wanderlei Silva. In less than 2 weeks, he headlines MSG against Chael Sonnen, and there he is, Wanderlei Silva. Wow, this is amazing. Wanderlei, how are you?
Hey, very good. How are you guys? Very good. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. This is a great honor for us. So, Wanderlei, I have to ask you first. Last week, there was supposed to be a press conference in Los Angeles, you and Chael Sonnen, but Bellator said that you were not feeling well and couldn't make the trip. What happened? From your perspective, everyone wants to know what happened.
It started to be cold here in Brazil, and I'm not feel so good in this time, and I try to be better to be ready to fight.
Okay, so how are you feeling now?
Really good, really good. I'm ready, man. For me, I don't like to talk so much. I'm ready to fight. And the next time when I watch Chael Sonnen, he's gonna feel what I have for him.
I actually saw an interview with him and MMA Junkie where he said if you guys are in the same room, like at a press conference or something, it could be trouble. Do you agree with that? Like they should keep you guys very far apart?
Yeah, man, because, he talks so much. He do a lot of bad things for me here in Brazil, and gonna be in trouble. You know, he needs to be far from me because when I saw him, man, not gonna be good for him.
Have you ever felt this way about an opponent before, like this deep hatred for your opponent?
Never. No, and for me, and I fight with a lot of guys, but this guy is different. This is personal, no? I think this is the last is the last real thing, you know, because I don't like him, man. It's tough for me talking about this guy.
Yeah.
No, and when I saw him, man, make me feel sick. I don't like this guy.
Is there any concern that you will fight too emotionally because it's so personal and you see him in the cage that you won't stick to the game plan and you'll fight with your emotion as opposed to your head?
Man, this fight, man, gonna be totally different for me.
Oh,
because this guy crossed all the lines for me, and now his time he had just 2 weeks to talk. After these 2 weeks,
yeah,
I'm gonna get a good lesson for him.
Do you want to retire him? Do you want to retire him?
No, because I want to beat him there in his house, in his garden, and I want to beat him here in my garden.
Oh,
I will beat him there in America, in front of his guys, and I want to beat him in the front of my guys.
Oh.
No, I give the opportunity for him to fight in America. You know, I'm gonna beat him for you guys, but I want to beat him here in Brazil too.
Okay. Is that on the table? Like, have you told that to Bellator, and do they like that idea if the fight goes well?
Not yet. No, I hope he came to fight with me here in Brazil because I accept to fight in his country. He needs to fight in my country too.
Yeah.
You know? Because beat him just one time not gonna be enough. I want to beat him 2 times.
Okay. Did you see his last fight against Tito Ortiz? And if so, what did you think of his performance?
Man, he look a kid. Man. This guy wanna fight against him. Man, he's the biggest joke in the MMA world. And this time I'm gonna prove, but I'm not gonna just won the fight.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be totally different. I have a lot of surprises for you guys.
Wow.
And you guys gonna enjoy this fight.
Were you surprised that he tapped out when he did against Tito?
His wife. No, Tito is good, but him, man, he's terrible.
And so, like, are you expecting that same kind of Chael in this fight, or do you think that, he had the layoff, that he will be better for your fight?
I hope he becoming a better guy because, man, I fight against the legends in the world. No, and I give opportunity for him to fight against Wanderlei Silva. But for me, down my grade to fight the guy in that level is okay because I don't like him. I think this is gonna be the most easy money I'm making all of my life.
Really? The easiest fight of your life?
I think it's gonna be the easiest fight of my life.
Wow.
I'm gonna beat him fast.
For you, this training camp, I mean, you haven't fought in quite some time, several years. How has it been? How is your body holding up? How are you feeling after this training camp?
I feel really good.
Yeah?
Really good. Like I feel before. Because in that time when I stopped, I clean my mind, I clean my body, I don't have any injuries, I feel strong, I feel fast, I beat the guys in the training. And man, I know the real training, fight is fight. But usually I'm better in the real fight. And this time not gonna be different.
Who will corner you in this fight?
I'm gonna be with Urijah Faber and Rafael Cordeiro.
Okay, and you're in Curitiba right now, right?
Yes, I'm here in my hometown.
So were they with you there when you've been training? Did they come to Brazil or did you?
No, Cordeiro gonna be in the corner, but he know me very well.
Yeah.
And Urijah trained me full time. I train jiu-jitsu with Serginho Moraes and Rafael Lovato, the really the world champion guys.
Uh-huh.
And I'm ready in the stand up. I know what he want to do. No, I know I have just one way, and that time I will gonna catch him.
Wow. What do you think he's gonna do?
He have just one takedown, just that.
Yeah.
Everybody know what he do.
Right.
Oh, man, we're gonna beat him so bad.
Do you want to go to the ground with him to beat him at his own game, or do you prefer to keep? Oh, okay.
Of course. I'm black belt in jiu-jitsu, and I'm going to the ground. I'm not gonna submit fast. I'm gonna punish him first.
Wow. What do you predict? Like, how long do you think the fight actually lasts?
I don't know. No, more longer gonna be bad. Gonna be more bad for him. So I want to beat him. I want to do some laps in his face.
Wow.
It's a good surprise for my fans because this guy do a lot of bad things for me here in Brazil in the program. You know.
Really.
And now is the time to pay back.
When did he cross the line? Like for you, in your opinion, when did it become personal?
No, because he talking things about my country. I know. I live in America. I love in America, guys. But you guys can talking about America. I can't talk about America because I'm not an American guy.
Yeah.
He can't talk about my country. You know. He in the program. No, just what the guys watching on TV, but behind the scenes, he look at me. He do some fun jokes with the guys in the program. I can't give back. No, but right now a lot of things happen behind the scenes.
Oh.
In the tough Brazil. No, a lot of things the guys don't know. But right now, we're gonna pay for him back.
Okay. When you left the UFC, a lot happened between you and the UFC, and finally you got released and you moved on and everything. Was there a time where you thought you wouldn't ever fight again?
One time I thinking I don't gonna back because I'm not feel comfortable to fight. No, UFC is a great is the biggest event in the world. I'm so thankful for what these guys give to me. But in that moment, I and Dana, we are the same. And when two lions be together, the fight happen. No, and just happened and I and him. And that time, I don't want to work for him anymore. And I don't think to fight in another event. But Bellator opened a great door for me. No, put me in the great card, put me in the great show. No, rise and open the door for me too. And that moment, I think, hey, I can make the show. I can make a good fight. No, because today we have a lot of fights, but we don't have the big classics, the good classics, no. And I know I have a lot of fights, and my fans wanna watch. And this fight is gonna be one of the presents gonna give to my fans.
This is a pay-per-view. It's in the most famous arena in America, Madison Square Garden. Do you feel pressure to put on a good show, to make the pay-per-views sell a lot, to sell a lot of pay-per-views? Because Scott Coker has never done this for Bellator. This is his first pay-per-view for Bellator. So there's a lot riding on it, I think.
Well, I think this fight is saying for himself. Because this is the top 10 rivalry in the world. And Wanderlei Silva always give a good show. All my three last fights, I make the fight of the night. And I know what I can do. And against this guy gonna be better. No, I know everybody wanna watch around the world. And I know everybody gonna give support for us.
Did you miss fighting? Like, are you excited to feel what it feels like to be in the cage and to punch someone and all that?
Yeah, man, it's a long time. No, like close to 4 years. I'm gonna fight, and imagine for me, I'm stopping to fight because the moment when I stop it, I don't want to stop, but the circumstance make me stop. Like one day I am the ex-murder, and the other day I wake up feeling, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I haven't, and this shake my mind, you know. But after Bellator, I talked to Steve Coker, I talked with Sakakibara, and this guy's giving me give me the good energy to back to training. And this is the longest campus in my life. I supposed to be I'm gonna fight in December. I don't be ready for December, but right now I'm 100%. Now I feel really good. I'm strong. I'm feel really, really, really like I never be before.
Wow. Did you feel depressed? Like, were you missing it so much that you didn't know what to do with yourself every day because you didn't have a purpose? You didn't have anything to train for, to fight for?
Yeah. Imagine you today, your boss say, "Hey, stop work.
Yeah.
Stay in your house. You have money. You have house. You don't need to work for money. You know. I never fight for money. I fight because I love it. And one day somebody take off this for me. Man, I passed to the dark side in the life, but right now I'm back. I feel good, and I'm ready to fight.
Wow. And so do you know, like, are you preparing now that you experienced that, but you're back, you're fighting? Are you preparing for the next chapter? Like, what are you going to do? This is going to end at some point. What are you going to do after fighting?
I don't know.
Okay.
The truth, I have a lot of projects here in Brazil.
Okay.
I have one of the projects to put the one coach inside each school here in Brazil to give a class free to the students, like after school.
Yeah.
We don't have the good after schools here in Brazil. With that, I'm gonna give you a job I'm gonna give a job to the fighters, to the new fighters, the new coaches, and I'm gonna give a class to these poor guys who can't pay the gym.
Oh.
This is one of my goals over here.
Okay. How many more fights do you want to have?
I don't know. Now the truth. Right now is the time in my life we're gonna enjoy it.
Okay.
I love to do that. No? And after this fight, after my performance, I'm gonna tell, hey, I can be better, I can continue, or this is the last. Because I don't gonna be the guy can be there just to receive 1-2 punches.
Yeah.
You know? For me, not happy that. I'll be there to give my soul. No, when I fight, I give everything. This is the reason I have a lot of fun around the world. And I stopped my career with 49 fights. I need to have the 50, for sure. I can't stop that. I don't know if this is going to be the last or not, but my performance is going to talk for me.
Do you have to fight for Ryzen as well?
Yeah. I have a contract with Ryzen and Bellator.
Okay.
Maybe we're going to back and say, I'm fighting good, I feel good, I have a good performance. I want to back in October for fighting to Ryzen.
By the way, there's been some talk that Chuck Liddell is talking to Bellator. Do you want Bellator to sign Chuck so that you can fight him maybe afterwards?
This is gonna be great. I think it's like some guys stopping too early, like Chuck. Chuck is a really good guy and really good fighter and really tough guy. I would love to look to Chuck fighting again, and maybe I can have one rematch because we make it the best fight of the year.
Yes, I remember.
I wanted to have my chance to give what he give to me. I want to give for him too. Right now is a different time.
Yes.
At the moment when I fight against him, I don't have a corner. I just move into America. I have a lot of things behind the scenes. He fighting good, but that moment I think can be different.
Wow, you didn't have a corner for that fight?
Yeah, because I left from shoot box.
Yeah.
And I catch like one guy from jiu-jitsu, one guy for boxing, one guy for physical training, and put these guys in my corner to teach me. I never fight like that.
Yeah.
I have the same corner all of my life, and that moment I changed. But right now I have my old guys again. I would love to have a rematch against Chuck.
Two last things. Does it bother you, like when you're doing the press conference and Chael is taking his shoe and comparing it to shoe, like does this drive you nuts? How do you react to this?
Yeah, the truth. I'm not going to the press conference because I don't want to be like a Chris Cyborg and take off the teeth of the girl. Because man, when I saw this guy, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know, and I don't want to make it. I don't want to. I'm professional, but that moment is different.
Yeah.
This guy, no, I don't want to do something I don't want to do before the fight. But when I saw him, I don't know what can happen.
Wow.
Everything can happen. I don't know.
So you're legitimately afraid that if you see him face to face, you're going to do something that could jeopardize the fight.
Man, see, he doing for me what he doing with me here in Brazil, man. Like what my daddy say, with a man, you can't play, you know? And now it's 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Chael, you're going to have what I have for you.
Less, 12 days, less than 2 weeks.
12 days, exactly, 12 days. And I hope you'll be better because, man, against Tito, you are terrible. Feel coming to fight for me because he's a good talker, you know?
Yeah.
Commentator, he's good, but man, to fight, man, since you don't train, you have more 12 days. 12 days. Go run, maybe to have a cardio because I'm going to beat you so bad.
When do you come here? When do you fly to New York?
Monday. No, Sunday.
Okay, so
Sunday.
So anyone concerned that the fight was in jeopardy, you were not feeling well, you're all good. You're fighting. It's going down June 24th.
I'm great, man. I'm great like never before.
Wow. Well, that is great to hear. Thank you so much, Wanderlei. I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you to your lovely wife as well for setting this up. Really appreciate it. And safe travels to New York, and I'll see you over here as you prepare for June 24th.
Thank you. See you guys inside the cage, guys. Hey, Wanderlei Silva is back. Bye.
Obrigado. There he is, the axe murderer himself. What a pleasure that is. Very cool to see him on the program. Very cool to talk to him. We are 12 days away from Bellator's first pay-per-view at MSG and just their second in their history. This is big-time stuff. Best card in their history, no doubt about it. And even Scott Coker himself said that he thinks it's the best card of the year as far as pay-per-view is concerned. We could talk about that a little later on. Obviously, he's going to say that. He is the promoter. But there are certainly some interesting fights in it. It is headlined by Chael Sonnen versus Wanderlei Silva, the return of the Axe Murderer. The last time Wanderlei Silva fought was on Fuel TV. That's how long ago it was. Fuel TV against Brian Stan, who's now retired. That's how long ago it was. Crazy. All right, 12 days away. Hopefully it remains intact, and it's going down just a few minutes from here at the Mecca, the world's most famous arena. Okay, a lot of you wanted to hear from him last week. That couldn't happen. He was flying home. He was in the air as we were on the air, and by now you've probably seen the amazing reception he received from the locals, the airport in Honolulu, back home in Waianae. We are now talking to the brand new, undisputed UFC featherweight champion, the one and only Max Holloway, joins us via the magical Skype. There he is, Max, not from your usual location with the Paw Patrol. Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm at a hotel.
What?
I'm at a hotel. I was like, I gotta bring my laptop. So yeah, we're in a hotel right now.
In Hawaii?
In Hawaii, yeah, we had a little. I had to do all kind of stuff in town this weekend, so I was like, I'm just gonna bring my laptop with me, so I'm not rushing home and fighting traffic.
I appreciate it very much. I know there's a ton going on in your life, and so it means a lot that you would come on. I know it's early over there. How would you describe this past week, from landing in the airport and seeing those people there and just everything that's happened since the fight? And I know you had some kind of like big party yesterday in honor of you. What has it been like? Has it been surreal?
Oh man, it's been amazing, man. You guys you guys saw the video, but what didn't you guys see was like right off the plane I had a homecoming and there was a lot of people there. I was tripping out there. And I remember we went to the baggage claim, there was a lot of people there. I was like, holy shit, like what is going on, you know? And then we went to Waianae, and you guys saw the big video. That's the one that zoom out and stuff. Like, and then, man, I love it, man, you know? And then Saturday, me and my boy Yancy Madaris, they made that Waianae parade. Like I said, I don't know if you saw that video, but I said 60 days, but the Congress lady told me it actually usually takes 90 days to do a parade and get all like the pass, they get all the bills passed and whatever and all the safety stuff. They got the parade done in 2 days for me and Yan. So it's amazing, man. You know, like you said, we had a party. A lot of people came out to the party too. So, man, I'm just blessed, man. I'm excited to, you know, it's what a time to be alive. You know, it's walk up to the blessed era, I guess. It
was a big deal when you won the interim belt, and I know you treated that as winning the official title. But is it safe to say that this is bigger?
Oh man, this is way huger. You know, you know, the interim title, it meant a lot, you know. But at the end of the day, the interim title was just my secured spot, you know. It was just no more like, it was not no more someone telling me, hey, you got the next title shot, and then you don't get it, you know. The interim was like, you know, that's what the interim. Everybody's like, oh, Dana's giving out these belts, these titles, and whatever. It's like, no, he's doing his job, and for us fighters, the interim was great. You know, the interim was great for me. Yeah, it was never against the belt. You know, you know, the undisputed belt is cool, and but at the end of the day, I want the undisputed career, like I told you. You know, I want to be one of the best. I want to be one of the GOATs. But, you know, things that came with the interim belt, you know, like the money wise, you know, the support, and then of course the guaranteed title shot. You know, that's what the fans don't get. This is a guaranteed title shot you get to have after. You know, there's no more line jumping, no more skipping, no more being like, hey, you know what? We said you, but you know, this fight we're gonna go at this fight. You know, the interim was great, but the undisputed is something else. You know, man, is something else. I tell you that much. And being able to do what I did against Aldo was it was a fun time, man.
How many times have you watched the fight?
I watched it a couple times, a little bit times. I was trying to break down. I wanted to see what people was gonna try and do to me with the first 2 rounds. You know, the first 2 rounds was you know, it's just planting seeds. You know, a lot of people be like, hey, it's not the same match we used to seeing. You know, but you know, different fights. You know, you gotta approach in different ways. And Aldo's one of the greatest. And you know, we had to approach him different. You know, I never really fought Aldo. Just like everybody's from the outside in. You're like, oh, Max is looking different, this and that, blah blah blah. It's like I said before, I'm gonna say it again, man. These guys playing checkers. I'm out here playing chess. You know, it's when they figure it out, it's too late.
So you laugh at all these people who say, oh, you were down 0-2 and you were starting slow, you were nervous. That was all part of the plan, what we saw.
Yeah, you know, it'd be silly, you know. I kid. People tell me, "Oh, you get nervous." I get nervous. If a fighter tell you, nervous, that's lies. But it's like that Mike Tyson thing, you know. It's, every time I'm the most nervous in the back when they're telling you, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, it's time to make the walk. But once I'm making that walk, it's like Mike Tyson said, man. You get nervous, but you just keep your confidence keep going. Just like Mike Tyson, I feel untouchable. I feel like a god in there, you know. And our game, and I already knew our game plan was gonna work. You know, there's enough tape, and Aldo's he's one of the greatest ever. You know, but it's just time for a new era. You know, it's time for the new wave of guys. You know, us young guys is coming up, and we're proving it, and we're showing to the world that we're here to stay. We're taking over. You know, like I said, MMA is a forever evolving. You know, you either evolve with the sport or you get left behind. You know, so I'm trying to lead the pack. I'm trying to sprint, and everybody telling me like, oh, why is Max not doing this, that, and that? Like, look, guys, it's not a 3-round fight. You know, it's not a sprint. You know, I got 5 rounds now, and the guy likes to fade later. So it's just drawing him slowly.
I thought it was interesting in the post-fight press conference when you said that you knew you had him when you were kind of taunting him and he did nothing back. What prompted you to do that then? Like, well, why did you do it in that moment?
I was doing it in that moment because when I was putting my hand on it and stuff, every time I put it, he'd shut it down. He'd throw something, he'd do something reactive, and every time I in the beginning rounds and I feinted at him, he was jumping back. I had these big motions from him, and he was countering super fast on certain things I was doing, and then when I started doing the regular stuff, and he wasn't countering as fast, or he wasn't even countering at all. That's what I was just telling myself. I told myself in that 2 minute, in the second round at the ending, I told myself, hey, he's not firing. It's like, it's time to taunt. I was like, let's taunt. Let's see if he cracks me. And I taunted him, and I hold my hands up for a couple seconds, and he didn't do nothing. I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do it again, and he did nothing. I was like, man, this guy don't want to fight. Like I said before. I'm going to go out there until you want to give up. He opened the door. I just hold his hand. I walked him through him and say, thank you for the fight, but it's best ever time.
You actually, and this received a lot of praise. You felt compelled to go on Instagram and write something about him and give him respect. Why did you feel the need to do that?
I felt the need because people keep fucking trying to tarnish and take this guy away. This guy... Man, this guy, you guys got to understand, man, what this guy did for all the little guys. It's like, there's a couple guys, the pioneer of our small guys. It's like, when you think of like the 35, 45 class, it's that who built it. You think Urijah Faber, you think, Dominic, and then you think Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo been the greatest. Like I said, I've been watching this guy since I was 17. I think so. He won the. I forget when he won the belt in WC, but he's at the top of this level. I'm 25 now. You know, that's a long ass time. And people keep talking about how 13 seconds this. I'm like, it happens. It's fighting. You know, you got caught. You know, it wasn't like it just happens. You know, and then even with my fight and stuff, like, it's not the same. It's funny because everybody keeps the educated people, the educated fans, and you guys say, look, it was the great Jose Aldo, and then you guys figure it out, like, oh, Max is just playing a game, and then I got the fight. But people keep trying to kick a man when he's down, and saying one fight. It's so hard, But let's go to basketball. Let's talk about LeBron them. Look at LeBron them. They're down 3-1 right now. And people's like, I don't see even people bashing them or anything or turning around. That's exactly what like. MMA is the hardest sport with fans wise. I think they're so quick to jump on. Like it's not even fans. It's us too. It's the way we push out certain things or whatever out there in the media, or even with fans or whatever. But I just think so. The man deserves respect. At the end of the day, he deserves a lot of respect because what he did. It's just these last two fights you cannot. All the greats got losses. Everyone has losses. With the exceptions of only John Jones. That's the only exception I think. His one loss was whatever. But at the end of the day, it's mixed martial arts. Anything can happen. This is not just one aspect on sport. It's called mixed martial arts for a reason. There's a bunch of stuff, and you gotta respect a man to do what he did. And it just rubbed me the wrong way. I said a lot of stuff before the fight. I said a lot of stuff leading up to the fight. But at the end of the day, this is business. I'm here to promote. I'm here to get mines. And but when we fight, it's all said and done. I respect everybody. You get that. It takes a lot of balls to go step in there with someone to fight and get out there. So even at the smallest stage, if you go step in there, I respect you. But at the end of the day, this is one of the GOATs of all time. He's the greatest of all time. And there's nothing to take away from the guy, and I felt like a lot of people was trying to take away from him, and that kind of was rubbing me the wrong way.
Respect you for that. After he didn't respond at the end of the second to your taunts, did you know going into the third, this is my time to strike? I got him.
Yeah, man. I wish I don't know who would get it, but I know the camera audio. They has to have it. It has to be on. I thought they would have put it on the Trail in Agony, or they're gonna put it on something, but. You're gonna watch when the corner audio comes out. Like I had it on my coach Ryland, not Ivan, and Ivan was the one always in front of me, so they couldn't really hear me. But after the second round, I remember Big John coming over, and he was like telling me, he told Rob, our cut man, he's like, he got a cut in his eye, check that. And then I told him, I looked at him, don't worry. I looked at Rob, don't worry, and I looked at Big John. Don't worry, Big John. The fight starts now. I watched, and I was like, I'm starting now. And then they left, and then even at the ending, when my coach then was walking out for the second round to start the third round, my coach in the back of me, Ryan Lazarus, was telling me something, and I told him, I looked at him and I said, no worries, it's starting now. I'm gonna get going now. And then and then it was just I got going, and everything worked.
When they put the belt around you, how would you describe that? Was that, I'm sure you've dreamt of that moment before, being crowned the champion. What did it feel like?
Oh, man, I can't put it into words, I can't put it into words. I was tripping out, I gave a bunch of people was giving Bruce shit and Bruce Buffer and I kind of tripped out too because Bruce announced "and now." Yeah. I didn't get my "and new," so I told Bruce. I saw Bruce later on in the night. I told Bruce, the next one you need to say "and new" and still, just so I can just hear you say "and new," But it was fun, man. It was crazy. I cannot. The emotions was crazy. I knew how much it meant to my family and me and all of Hawaii, or even the world. I knew how it meant to them to see me get the intro. So when I got that one, it was just when I got the Undisputed, it was just amazing. I was just imagining Hawaii going off with fireworks again. I was like, this is great. This is a cool thing, and it was just, I can't explain it, man. It's something that you gotta experience yourself.
And you also, shortly thereafter, you were very vocal saying, Dana, you said this was big game hunting. Now I want mine. This is the biggest, and all that. What, can you elaborate on that? Why did, in that moment, and even as you were walking by press row, where you were very animated. You were very fired up. You're like, I want to get paid now. Why did you feel the need to do that then?
that's when everyone's listening.
Okay.
Everybody's listening. Everybody wanted to see what's up.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Dana White figures it out. Dana White is the man. He always figures it out. That we give him situations and he goes and solve them. So I can't wait. That's what it is, because we sat down and he told me, this is big game hunting, kid. He's like, this is big game hunting. You bring in big kills, you cash in the big paycheck. So he told me, so I was like, hey, you know what? He's listening. He's probably watching the fight now. So I don't want to text him. I would just go, I'll have a bunch of 100 media outlets texting him and everybody tweeting him. So that's how it was. But Dana gets it done. He's the man. He always figures out a way, and we're gonna figure out a way.
Did you feel like you were underpaid for this fight?
No, it is what it is. We had a contract set. We know what it did. I signed the dotted line. I know what I was fighting, and it is what it is. If I felt like I was underpaid, I would have been crying and fussing about it. But you know what I mean? I'm here and I want to work for everything I earn. I want to be like, damn, this guy earned it. This earned it. And that's what I said. That's why I didn't blink an eye. Or bat an ear, or whatever that saying is. It's when I got the contract in Rio to fight this guy in his hometown. I didn't care. I knew I was the best, and my team knew I was the best. I had to go out there and show it why I was the best. So we out there, we got it done, and it was just a good time.
So 9 days later, have you talked to Dana yet?
Not yet. We're trying to. My management. We didn't talk anything. My management is setting something up. I'm sure we're gonna have a sit down. I'm sure we're gonna figure this out, and I'm sure I'm going to get back in there. So I can't wait, I just can't wait. The division is under new management, So we're hoping 24/7, 7 days a week, If it's the only place you can come, walk in, you can come see me. You're going to leave. You can leave with a smile. You can take that L with you, And look, if you want to come back again, that's going to be 2 L's for you. So it's going to be a great time.
I hope that you get that brunch, because you've been pushing for brunch with Dana. So I want you to get that brunch. I don't want you to get like any other meeting. I want brunch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want brunch too. Yeah, the last time we had was brunch. The last meeting we had was during brunch, and that was a great meeting. I think so. That's the only way to keep it going. Let's have brunch again. Let's have another great one.
So who do you think? I mean, Frankie Edgar was on the show last week. He says he should be the guy. As you know, Cub Swanson has been pushing. It seems like it's down to those two. Who do you think it will be, and do you have a preference?
At the end of the day, I fight anybody.
Yeah.
I don't care. I really wanna sit down with Dana, my management first. We're gonna figure that out. But at the end of the day, like I said, man, you guys know I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I fight anybody. I'm not over here racing through my division. I'm cleaning it out. And like I said before, I'm gonna say it again. If I didn't fight you, get ready. Get ready, because I'm coming. And if I did fight you, get emotionally ready, because you know what's going to happen again, So it is what it is, A storm's coming, and I'm here. I'm not dodging anybody. I fought one of them, and I wanted to fight one of the other guy before. So I just want to sit down with Dana first.
Okay.
We sit down with Dana. We'll figure out our situation, and then we see what UFC want to do. There's a bunch of things that adds up. I want Hawaii, so hopefully we can get that done too.
Is it important for you to bring back some normalcy and some continuity to the division? We keep, it's been a thing where guys win a belt and they want to move up or they take time off, and you seem to say, like, I want to fight everyone. Come on, I'm the king of 145. Is that important to you to kind of make the division go again?
Yeah, that is important to me. That's what I want to do. Yeah. Some people they always trying to do other things, but not me. Everybody trying to be copycats in this game and be like, oh, I got this belt, let me go to this, let me do that. It's like why? I'm a king. I'm a king, and when a king leaves his village, he can get overthrown, and when he comes back, then it's taken. I'm not that type of guy. I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna defend my throne, and if you want to fight the best, come fight Bless. It's as simple as that. Uh-huh. If you want to fight the best, come fight Bless. I'm here for a reason, and I want to defend my throne. I want to be the most defense. I want a bunch of belts. I want I was telling Demetrius is down here. I was telling Demetrius, you took the picture all wrong, bro, with your 10 belts. He's like, what? What do you mean? I was like, I would have laid my ass down and covered myself in it and be like, all gold, everything. It's a golden shower, you know, a good one.
Yeah.
Not one of those bad ones that you guys thinking about.
Yes.
But yeah, you know, that's what I want to do. I want pictures like that. You know, that's history. You know, I want to make history, and I want to do it that way, you know, and defend and prove to everybody, you know, because there's a bunch of people that keep yapping like, oh, this guy this guy that. It's the same guys who keep saying that I couldn't hang with the top 10, who said I couldn't hang with top 5, and when I got to Aldo, said I couldn't hang with him. So, like I said before, I'm gonna tell you guys again, you guys keep focusing on who's next, because after I beat whoever you guys tell me I can't beat, I want to hear more excuses so I can just keep showing and just be like, you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, the blessed wagon is here, you know, and we're here with open arms. I'll walk you guys through it. You can hold your hand. Hawaii is great. The weather is great, and hopefully UFC Hawaii can happen, because we need one down here.
Honestly, now you came in as a 19-year-old. You started your UFC career 3-3. Now you have 11 wins in a row. You're 25. You're tied with Cody Garbrandt, youngest champion in the UFC. Did you believe that this would all happen to you this soon?
No, you know, I thought it was gonna happen much sooner.
Oh.
You know, but it happened. That's just the confidence I had. You know, I wanted to beat John Jones' record. How old was he? 23, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to beat his record, but that's just the type of person I am. You know, I wanted to beat these guys. If you're in the UFC or whatever you do, you know, even yourself, Ariel. If you're doing this, you know, if you're not trying to be the best podcast person in the world, then why the hell are you doing it? You know, why are you doing it? I was trying to be the best guy from when I was 19, when I was 20, when I went against Dustin Poirier. But everybody always forget. They think success is this nice level, you know, this nice level. It doesn't. Success is up and down. Go crazy. I had certain fights and times that happened in my life for a reason, and that's what I believe. You know, some people they hit a wall and they just fall down, they back down. I hit a wall, I get back up, hit a wall again, I got back up, I climbed the wall, I tried to run through the wall, whatever, you know, I figured out a way. And it's just a self-confidence, like I said, I wasn't trying to just be in the crowd and be like, oh, cool, man, I'm a UFC fighter. No, I want to be the face of the UFC. I want to be the one that 30 years from now, people's talking about me, talking about, damn, that was a great champion, that was a great fighter. And I just always wanted to stick out like a sore thumb, you know, in anything I ever did, you know. If it comes to, like, sometimes, like, you know, when we're walking, I always try to walk in front of my friends. I always try to beat them to the door. I'm just competitive.
Uh-huh.
You know, they don't know it, but I keep that little wins in my mind. I'm like, I opened the door first, bro. So what's up?
Just a couple more things, and then I'll let you go. And again, thank you so much for the time. How close are we, in your opinion, to Hawaii?
Thank you.
How do you like? I just see this, the excitement. They're really rallying behind you. Why can't this happen next for your next fight? Or could it happen?
Man, you know, we see. That's why we gotta talk to Dana. But we had Paige from PR down here.
Yeah.
And she told me when we did our homecoming, she told me she never saw nothing like this. Nothing. She saw she went to a bunch of champions homecomings, and it was never like what they saw in Hawaii. So I think so. That's a big help. I think so. That's helping a lot. And I think it can happen. You know, Yancey did his thing that night. We got my boy Russell Doan coming next week. We got a couple of Hawaiians that I just saw is going to be on the Contender Show in July, on July 11th. So, and we got a bunch of Hawaiians. Shit, we can make an all-Hawaiian card right now with how much Hawaiians we got in the UFC. You know, it's like, I don't know what it is. I think so. It comes down to the state purpose, the state-wise. We have a one-man commission here that's really not being cooperative at all. So we need. I think so. They tried to change it before, but I think so. It might have changed now, but hopefully, man, Hawaii deserved this. You know, Hawaii's been fair. It's been talking about when BJ was doing it, and it was only BJ. It was only one guy. You know, and he had his belt. It was only one guy in his belt. Today we have one guy in his belt and like 7 or 8 other Hawaiians that's ready to go.
Right.
So and 7 and 8 other Hawaiians that's doing the damn thing in UFC too. So I can't wait, man. The future is bright. I think it's gonna happen, and you know, Just make sure you bring your sunscreen when you come down, Ariel. I wouldn't want you to be red like a lobster come fight night.
This big nose, it would be a problem. Can you be more popular in Hawaii than BJ Penn was? Do you think that that's you're on track to be a bigger name in your home country or in your home state than him?
We see, I don't know. Right now I'm getting.
Do you feel like you are already?
I don't. I feel that I think so. At the end of the day, like I said before, I'm not here to be BJ Penn. I'm not over here to compare our legacy or whatever. I'm here to be Max Holloway, and I'm here to be me and myself and build my own legacy. If he like I said, I always tell everybody he set this bar.
Yeah.
And bars is always meant to be broken, and I'm coming for it. And then the next kids out here, and I'm telling them, I'm like, look, guys, I'm setting this bar. I don't want you guys to be me. We don't need another me. We don't need another Yancey. We don't need another Russell, Kylan Curran, Brad Tavares. We need another you. We're setting these bars so you can. I dare you to beat me. And if you beat me, I'll applaud to you. But keep trying. Don't cut yourself short, man. Or woman, whatever, boy or girl. If you want to do something, go be the greatest as that. Don't need to be copycats. You can have idols and you can have people here and there that motivate you to be greater. But don't be me. I already got me. And I'm doing me just well. Nobody can be better at you than you. So go do that. I don't know how it is. I'm getting a crazy ass reception here in Oahu. And all of Hawaii, it's crazy. Like, a lot of people never watched the UFC fight in their life, I guess. Here, and I've met a bunch of fans here that told me, I never watched the UFC ever until this last fight because of all the promo and stuff they're doing out here in Hawaii. So it feels great. I think so. It's growing, and I think so. We're getting closer to UFC Hawaii, so that's all that matters.
What do people say to you in Waianae? Because it's been well documented that it's kind of a tough part of Hawaii. Do you get a lot of people that come up to you and say, like, you give me hope, you're a role model for my son, he talks about you? Like, did you get that kind of stuff? And if so, how do you internalize that? How do you react to that?
It feels great. I got like grandmas and grandpas that cry to me.
Wow, that's wild, man.
They come to cry. They hug me and crying and telling me thank you for what you're doing. I got little kids that tell me, like small kids, like, I want to be this. I want to be a fighter just like you, or I want to go play baseball. And I tell them, it's great, And the thing is, I like talking to Waianae or whatever, because when I told them all the time, whenever I go talk to the Waianae kids or whatever, it's like, I remember when I was 7th, 8th grade, and we had career day, and people would come and they'd tell us, oh, you can do this and that, but they wouldn't get it, they didn't know how they wasn't from Waianae. They didn't, like, I didn't have my dad, I'm sorry with the sad, well, it's not a really sad story. I had my grandma and grandpa. They raised me well. My mom was on drugs. She's clean and sober now, but they didn't know. So when people would come and talk to me and tell me I could do stuff, I was like, you have no idea. You don't know what we're doing here. And then when I go talk to the kids, I can tell them, look, you got to listen to me now, because I know exactly what you're going through. I did it. I sat in this damn classroom. One of my teachers, a couple of my teachers still work at the school.
Wow.
And I'm like, ask these guys. I was a hot-head kid at 7th, 8th grade. I thought the world was against me or whatever, but it's like what I told all these kids. It's not how you start the race, it's how you finish, and finish strong, and keep striving, And I tell them all the time, if I listened to people who told me that I couldn't be here, then I would be just like them. I'd be hating on another person's dream. When somebody tell me I can't do stuff, I just tell them, watch me and work hard, and you guys can do it. And when kids tell me, like, oh, this and that, it gives you a warm feeling inside. Even grandmas and grandpas, it gives you a warm feeling, thinking like, man, I'm doing something right. At the end of the day, I want this undisputed career and all this thing for UFC. But if I could change one person's life, that's what life is all about, changing, making it better than when you left this world, Do
you still talk to your mom?
Oh, yeah. I live with my mom. My mom, she's good. She was supposed to come to the last fight. Yeah, I live with my mom been clean and sober for like maybe 10 years, maybe more. I have no idea. But yeah, so the story is when my mother, like, that's why I loved her, My dad just went away, and like he popped in on my life here and there, and but my mom, she was like, even though when she was doing all that stuff, she stood enough to know that, like, my kids come first, and she made sure we was okay with my grandma and grandpa, and my biggest role model is my mom, my grandma, and my grandpa, because they they did a lot of stuff. You know, I love my grandma and grandpa. My grandpa always instilled hard work into us, and my grandma and my grandma and grandpa always made sure. You know, we wasn't an extravagant life, but I wasn't a poor life either. You know, I had a roof over my head. I had 3 hot meals a day. They made sure they gave me clothes. I had all my stuff for school that I needed, or if we played a sport, I had all the things that I needed. They always gave me just enough, and my grandpa always made sure that, like, you know, if you want stuff, just go work hard. You know, hard work, and nobody's gonna deny it.
What about your dad? Like, has he resurfaced?
My dad.
Now that you're a super.
Yeah. Oh no, he'd been here and there. Like, he'd been in and out of my life, like way before this. Like, he's been here and there, whatever. I love the guy, but you know, it is what it is. He had a time in my life, and he stood there. He stood my father. You know, I'm always gonna respect him. You know, you gotta always respect the person that, you know, gave him in the world, that bring you into this world. But at the end of the day, you know, there's a lot that I owe to my mother, my grandma, and my grandpa, and I love them 3 dearly, and a bunch of my aunties and uncles. You know, growing up in Hawaii, it's all about family and ohana, and I got my aunties and uncles, my grandma's grandpa. My family been nothing but great for me, so it's awesome.
When do you want to fight again?
You know you know me. I want to fight. I love fighting. So I just want to, like I said, going back to talking with Dana, I know we're gonna figure it out. I want to figure that stuff out first, you know, and then we can figure out after that, you know. Hopefully the Hawaii card could happen. If it happens this year, that'd be amazing. You know, that'd be so amazing, I think. But if it doesn't, there's a couple. I don't know when the cards is, but I want to figure out, see what happens, and we'll go from there. You know, maybe I just want to fight. Hopefully, we can fight before Thanksgiving. I hate giving up Thanksgiving, man. It's very tough for the last couple of days. And then your boy getting bigger, so it's getting a little bit more harder to start eating. So we see what happens. I'll fight whatever, you know. We're gonna talk, we sit, you know, and I know the ending of the year card is always huge too. So I don't know, man. To be honest, it's either I want to fight in Hawaii or Vegas.
All right.
You know, the Ninth Island. I want to fight in the Ninth Island. They call, us Hawaiians call Vegas the Ninth Island, or I want to fight home, man. You know, it's like they've been sending me all over the damn place for the last couple of fights. The last 2 fights was Canada. I love Canada. Don't get me wrong, and it was Brazil, but it's time to just take one flight. I just want to take one flight and be happy.
Do you think you will fight Conor again at some point?
Man, you know, we see what happens. You know, I asked you this, Ariel. I've been asking everybody who asked me this, you know, like, I don't, you know, it's hard to, like, that guy get to choose whoever he wants to fight, you know? And so I don't want this guy not even talking about MMA, so I don't feel like we should be even talking about him.
All right.
But at the end of the day, I'll ask you this. If you got paid 50 or 75 million, would you come back to mixed martial arts after that?
It's tough.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's very tough. Yeah. I think, you know, like, I have no idea why he would come back, but you know, if he's up to his team, Dana, you know, like I said, Dana gets stuff done. You know, it's they know my number, they know Brian Butler's number, my Sucker Punch Entertainment, and if they want to fight, they can fight. But you know, at the end of the day, we got other guys that's in here, that's in MMA, that's talking about MMA. They're talking about wanting to fight me, so we're gonna figure stuff out, and we take one step at a time.
And finally, how are you going to top these suits? Like, somehow you top Toronto. How are you doing this? Where are you getting these? We talked about it a little bit, but these, like, how do you top this now? Now that you're the champ, this is going to be expensive.
You know, that's why you go get you a badass sponsor. Todd Goldsmith Customs. Todd Goldsmith Customs. He's on Instagram. I tag him all the time. If you guys want a badass suit, go to him. He always been hooking me up, man. He been hooking me up. He been taking care of me since '99, UFC 199, and
where's he from?
Like I say, he's been coming through.
Where's he based?
He's from Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, Virginia.
Where'd you find him?
Yeah, he's from where my management.
Oh.
My management is from Virginia.
All right.
Yeah, Richmond. They're from Richmond. So if you look for Todd Goldsmith, he won't let you down. And then the ties is Hex ties, and you know, I got a couple ideas what the next one. There's a couple more shiny ones that I wanna use. So the ties is fun, you know. It's a new era, blessed era. Bring it in with the blessed era. It'll be fun.
What's this Moskova on your shirt? I know the Alienware over there, but what's Moskova?
Oh, Moscova is one of my sponsors, one of my main sponsors now, clothing sponsors. Moscova.com, check them out. We just got a bunch of they made my shirt, the Loyal to the Max shirts for the last fight, and then they were dropping a white champion shirt. So yeah, hit me in my DM. I'll send you one. I'll send you a couple shirts over for you.
I appreciate it. You need to get an acai sponsor too. I have an obsession with acai.
Oh shit!
Not Brazilian acai is the best. I appreciate.
Oh my god!
American acai.
Yeah.
I'm excited you just got.
No,
it's like a drug, right?
Oh my gosh, bro. I tell you right now, bro.
Yeah.
I was not joking, bro. Okay. This is the story.
All right.
So my fat ass during fight week, I can't eat like how I used to eat before because your boy is growing up and becoming a man, I guess you should say.
Yeah.
And I'm with Yancey, who stepped up a weight class, so he can eat now. And these guys, they ate about 17 or 18 acai bowls during the week, right?
Yeah.
I only had 2 days to eat acai bowls after the weigh-ins. And I caught up with them. Let's just say that's how good it was.
Wow.
I ate 17 damn acai bowls at least, and it was great. But you gotta, and a couple of the acai bowls in there was like acai milkshakes. If you didn't try that, that is like, I think God kind of touched it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's amazing. And then you add. But what I've been eating is you gotta add powder milk.
Okay.
And add cashews, but do not have it on the side. They give it to you on the side.
Yeah.
No, ask them to blend that shit in for you, because on the side is like too much work.
Yeah.
I just want to just freaking dig in, you know.
What about granola?
And that's what we did. I digged in
granola?
and no
All
granola.
right.
It's powder milk and cashews for me, bro. But I just found out in Hawaii there's a place that they bring it in from Brazil. Acai, so I just got a place on. Like I said, man, I'm blessed, man.
Does it taste the same though?
I'm blessed everywhere I go.
Does it taste the same?
What was that?
Does it taste the same?
It tastes like it. It tastes like this guy was like explaining me his life story and telling me how he has his farm in Brazil with his acai farm and he bring it down or whatever. And you can tell, bro, like, oh my, bro, Brazilian, you guys are lucky.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something like one of my friends, like Yancey. It was one of the great places because Yancey up there is like, Yancey is crazy, man. Yancey is so funny. He'd be like, Brazil, I'm gonna miss you. And he puts like acai. He's like, he put the acai bowl symbol and then he puts a peach for booty. That's all you see up there. Is women and acai. It's hilarious. It's a good time, man. I love you. I love you, real. Love you, Brazil. It's been good, real.
I'm happy that you share that because when I went there in 72 hours, I had 7. I can't beat what you did, but it's amazing to me how different it tastes from the United States. You have the ones here, and it tastes complete. It's like not even close. It's not even on the same level. It ruins it. Yeah, it totally ruins it. Hey, very, very quickly, last thing. Everyone talks about with other, like with Holly Holm, we know who her team is. John Jones, Connor, we know. But I feel like we don't give enough credit to your team as well. Who are your coaches? Tell the world who's your corner, who coaches you, because I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah. I got the best coaches in the world. I know we can prove it. We got a belt to prove it. So, my head coaches is Wanderlei Silva, Gracie Technics, Ivan Flores, Legacy Muay Thai, and Darren Yap over at Tactical Strength and Conditioning. He's the one that's getting your boy big. That guy always making me suffer and stuff. And then Michael Nakagawa, he helps me with my wrestling. But 4 of those guys, man. 4 of those guys is beasts, man. Rylan Lazar's them and Ivan, and there's always a saying that I always said, it's always better to have a 4-headed dragon than one, right? So it's great. They put their minds together and we get stuff done. We get stuff done. Has it been showing? It's been showing. People want to talk about game plans and training and preparing for a fight. Come watch me. Come watch me do it. Come watch our game plans. You guys gonna see. And I know your buddy Luke Thomas. I'm gonna be on his show a little bit later on. But he had some of the best breakdowns of my fight. I'm gonna tell him stop watching my fights because he's giving away too much information already. But for real, man, this guy's we take a lot of time. We take this serious. Like I said, I want to be one of the best fighters in the world, and you're only as good as as the people behind you, and I got the best coaches, I got great teammates, and we're on the same mission, and we all know where we want to go. I told him when I first got with Ryland, and then Ryland Lazarus is one of the main guys, man. He when I came over to him, he kind of like, I told him what I wanted to do. We had a talk, and then he kind of just, it was me and Dustin Kimura at the time, and he built a team around me and Dustin.
Wow.
Like he would go out. He found Ivan. He's the one sent me to Darren Yap, and he would we'd do research on whenever we did stuff. He'd always reach out to other coaches, reach out to other people to try get them in to come work with us. But if they didn't, the thing that I loved about our team is like, if I gotta mimic someone, no matter if in the rounds, if I'm getting my ass whooped, I'm gonna try to stick to mimicking that guy instead of trying to go back to my style. But Ryan Lazarus and Ivan and Darren I gotta thank these guys a lot. They come together, they make a game plan, and we go out there, and I just gotta do my job come fight night.
The proof, as they say, is in the SIE. The success speaks for itself.
Yeah. I like that.
I'm very happy for you. I've taken up way too much of your time, so I'll let you go. Max, thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations to you and the team and your family. It's an amazing thing to watch. 25 years young, 11 in a row. You are killing it, my man. And, really, really impressed. As I said, I'm still in awe of what you've done as of late, and especially against someone like Aldo. So enjoy it. Happy to see all the love that you are receiving over there, the aloha and the ohana and the mahalos and everything. It's a beautiful thing, and I hope that they do give you that event in Hawaii sooner rather than later. Again, thank you, Max. Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, brother. Don't forget to DM me, bro. And follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/BlessMMA. I'm going to play some games, and if you guys want to get whooped in Rainbow Six, come see me.
All right.
Later, guys.
Take care, Max. There he is, the reigning, defending UFC featherweight champion, the one and only Max Holloway. That was incredible stuff. Just amazing. I am so impressed by that young man. He is 25 years young, and I could have asked him an hour's worth of questions still. He's got a kid, he's got a wife. The guy is he's mature way beyond his age, and it's just amazing. It's amazing. Here's a comment from Jordan Hickling. It's impossible not to love Max Holloway. Can you please change your occupation to podcast person? Love that comment. Great guy. Respect. He's awesome. Great stuff from Max Holloway. Really appreciate his time. And I wish him the best, and that's going to be an interesting meeting. I actually spoke to someone. I don't think he will mind. There's a man by the name of Rob DeMello. I believe I am pronouncing his name correctly. He works for KHON in Hawaii. News guy over there. Actually featured us on a broadcast last week, and he gave me some insight as to why they've had trouble in the past trying to book an event in Hawaii. He said that in the past, there was a crazy tax on MMA events, which actually precluded a lot of events from coming there and also hurt some existing organizations, but that's no longer an issue. Obviously, venue is an issue. We've heard that before. Aloha Stadium is Hawaii's best venue, and with Hawaii fight fans being so close to Asia, he believes that they can draw a big number, but it's an outdoor stadium. And if you have a 10 p.m. main card, that would have to start at 4 p.m., the main card. Plus, with the weather a little bit unpredictable, that could be an issue. And then there's an issue with Hawaii's state-operated 10,000 plus seat arena. But this is the biggest issue of them all. There's an archaic right of first refusal to the city and county operated by the Blaisdell Center. That's where Pro Elite, Elite XC, some other events have held events, and that only holds 8,000. No frills, luxury boxes, things like that, built in 1969. And it's just not big enough for a big UFC event. So, in short, there's a law that the Blaisdell Center gets the right of first refusal. So if the UFC says, I want to go there, they could say, oh, well, we want the event, but they don't want to go to that event. So that does feel very archaic and could be a major stumbling block. Hopefully they figure it out. 10,000 seat arena for a title fight, not the greatest, but maybe they can figure it out and bring a smaller fight night feature. I don't know. There's so much enthusiasm, and I believe if he continues to do this, that he could be bigger than BJ Penn. I really do believe that. I asked Luke Thomas about this on the beat last week, and very cool of Max as well to give Luke a shout out. And I agree, the breakdowns are phenomenal. But I mean, think about it. 25 years young, champion already, 11 in a row. Why not? Let's bring New York Rick in now. Before we get to Rick's picks. Is he there?
Yes. That's typically my cue. So then you threw a monkey wrench. Go ahead.
No, because I just want to ask you this. I mean, we could have played the intro, but that's not a crazy thought, right? I think that because he's had a little more, and BJ came in young. I'd have to look it up. How old was BJ when he won his first belt? Do you even remember this?
I don't know how old, but he was young. He was in his 20s for sure.
Obviously not younger than 23.
I don't think so.
Well, because John Jones was the youngest. And I don't think he beat BJ Penn's record.
Let's see. BJ won.
He won the
welterweight belt in January 31st, 2004.
And he is born in December of 1978.
So he's 26.
He was 26?
Yeah.
Okay, so a year older.
He fought for the belt much earlier than that, as we know, but he didn't win until...
Do you think Max Holloway can be bigger? Because I was actually asking some people about this. They're different people. BJ has a different kind of swagger, a different kind of backstory. He's got the history, the quickest to get a black belt as far as American Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. I mean, different, but I feel like also where he's from, Max, where he's from and how he carries himself and how he's getting more comfortable. If he continues this, if he goes on a 2, 3, 4, 5 year run, I think he can be, because BJ never had that really long run as champion.
Yeah. I think there's something special about BJ Penn that is hard to kind of capture or replicate. But if Max ends up becoming, one of, if he's not already, the best featherweights of all time, I think that conversation starts to open itself up. I don't think we're at that point yet. But I think, and a Hawaiian MMA event, a Hawaiian UFC event rather, would really kind of push that in that direction, especially if he can pull off the win and he's headlining it. It would really push that in that direction. For now, I think, the conversation is still about BJ when it comes to that. But I do think it's possible, and that's not something we would have necessarily been able to say a year, 2 years ago.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
I still feel like you have to figure it out when you have a guy who is being showered with such passion and love from a city, from a state, from a country. These are dreams. Like when someone is from, for example, if you're from California, it's not the same. There's so many fighters from California. It's hard to make that connection with the people and be their guy. But because there's so few coming out of Ireland, Hawaii, Montreal, when GSP was doing his thing, BJ back in the day, you have to try to capitalize on these moments. Stipe in Cleveland.
Yep.
It's very important. All right, great stuff there from Max Holloway. Holy smokes, he is so entertaining. What a beautiful hotel room that was.
It was nice, yeah.
You had the little, I don't know what that was, a banjo or something. Is that a banjo?
And
that little guitar?
The buddy on the couch.
The buddy just like scrolling through something.
Yeah, getting what's it called? Like twiddling his feet, his little socks.
Yeah, it was great. But it was all white. I just you can kind of hear, I think, the beach in the background. It just it felt like paradise. It really did. All right, it's time for everyone's favorite segment. It's time for Rick's Picks. Yeah. Someone said today that he hates when I talk during the theme, and so I'm going to talk.
Step on it. Come on.
And his hair is in a bun, 'cause it's, you already know what it is.
Rick's Picks.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I actually have to go to the bathroom pretty bad, so I can't move as much because I feel like I'm going to urinate on myself.
Don't pee yourself.
Is taking the world by storm.
Whoa!
Wow.
And beautiful beautiful New York City, it's time for Nick's Picks.
Wow, that was some high-level stuff.
I gotta give it up for Nick.
Whoa, I didn't know we had that kind of production budget.
Either. Now, obviously that one doesn't really fit with anything but the retro Rick's picks, that kind of fade. But well done.
Listen, I liked it. I thought it worked perfect.
No, yeah, for this, but we couldn't do. Let's say we couldn't do that to fade between Skype and our one shot with when you're talking to Wanderlei Silva. That fade doesn't work quite as well.
Yes, you know, but it works for this.
It works perfectly for this.
I'm glad we could break it out.
One thing I was going to say was Mike Heck is getting requests on Twitter to make the ringtone for this. So keep an eye out. I believe there's a ringtone coming.
How do people how do you do? Like how do you?
No idea.
Okay.
No idea.
No. Like if I want a ringtone, obviously I would not choose this, but
you buy it.
Oh, you buy it and then what?
Set it as your ringtone.
Oh, I didn't. I've never done that before. I've never been a big fan of the like. If I like a song so much, do I want to hear it every time someone calls me? No. If I like a song so much, do I want to hear it every time I wake up? No. So I've never been the kind of guy who likes a song so much or a jingle that wants to now make it a consistent part of my life and use it as a ringtone, an alarm. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
And also, who in this day and age puts their phone on, not silent, whatever the opposite of not silent is? Loud? On? You know what I mean?
People who are not looking at their phone at every moment of every day.
Yeah.
You kind of want to know. And
if you're a public person and you're in a supermarket or a restaurant and someone's phone rings, you want to smack that person in the face, right?
No.
Really?
It's the reality of...
No, you got to put that on vibrate. Put that on vibrate. Anyway,
movie theater, event like that.
That's a big deal.
You don't want the phone going off at the funeral.
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
That's the worst offense of them all.
Church. You don't want the phone going off at church.
Church, synagogue.
Synagogue, sorry. For our Jewish friends as well. Temple. But supermarket, nah, that's okay. I'm good with it.
It's like we're not in your living room here.
You're a stickler. You're a stickler.
I am a stickler.
Okay, let's get into it.
All right.
Because it segues, but we've gone a bit away. But we're going back. We're going back to Hawaii.
Okay.
For Rick's Picks number 1. We're going to...
Oh, there it is.
Instagram.com/blessedmma.
Yeah. Guest
of the show, Max Holloway. Here, we talked about it. Now we're showing it. Max arriving.
It's amazing.
I mean, this is stuff that gives you chills.
Can I tell you what is my favorite part? And
sure.
Max's manager, Brian Butler, actually pointed this out. There's a point here, you'll see it, where Max goes back and gets Yancey. And let's be honest, this is happening because of Max. See, right there. He goes back and gets Yancey. He wants him to be... He mentioned him 100 times in the interview. Yeah. Yancey won the first... See, right there. Yancey won the opening of the main card. He's not getting this type of reception for that. But because he's linked with Max and because they're both from Hawaii and it made a lot of sense to put them on the same card, he got to take part, and it's well-deserved. And Max, I think, was... This is a nice little compilation, by the way. Max, I think, was cognizant of the fact that he wanted him to be a part of it all, and I thought that was really cool. It says a lot about Max Holloway.
It also, yeah, and it's also representative of kind of what Max Holloway is all about in terms of not forgetting where he's from and who got him there. He's very much kind of true to that, and Yancey is a brother, a teammate, so he represents that in what he does, and the celebration is for both of them.
They had a
As
really
he said,
cool...
The parade is for both of them.
Yeah. It's amazing. I love it.
It's incredible.
He had a really cool video also of him arriving home. I think this is when he got off the shuttle at the airport, I think. Or maybe this is... This is Why Not. Yeah. This is on the
home.
Streets. This is amazing.
There was also the airport video.
Yeah. With his son, right?
I chose this one because it was the latest one. They've kind of been coming out, over the last couple of days, last week. So I chose this one. But there's so much incredible stuff, and Hawaii really showed out for the Holloway and Yancey.
It's amazing. I love it.
Okay, we're staying in Holloway. We're staying in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
For our next clip.
I'm here in Hawaii with the king, Yancey, and Max Holloway.
Demetrius on the beach.
It's amazing.
He got this thing called moonshine.
Moonshine.
Yeah.
They're drinking moonshine on the beach.
This shit's dangerous. It's so sweet.
I mean, the man sets the world on fire and then goes to Hawaii to drink moonshine.
He actually set it on fire from Hawaii, if you recall.
Yeah, he called from Hawaii, but I mean, he's just on the beach drinking his moonshine with the
not a worry in the world.
Hawaiian boys.
Now, have you ever tried moonshine?
I don't think there. I could be wrong. I'm sure I'll get tweets on this. I don't think there's like a formula for moonshine. Like, I don't think there's a specific concoction of moonshine that it's like, oh, have you tried moonshine? The same way you'd say like,
really?
Yeah,
Isn't it like a drink?
It is, but what I'm saying is like, if I say, have you tried whiskey? Well, there's 1,000 different whiskeys.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
But I've tried one of them. Have you? I think I can confidently say I've never tried moonshine.
I'm pretty sure I've tried moonshine.
Really?
I mean, look, you know.
He says it's sweet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this formulation might be something different.
What is moonshine?
And also, it's like it's distilled in a certain way. Hold on, I'll find the exact terminology for you. I believe it became popularized during Prohibition.
Yeah, in the South, right?
I think everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Just bootleggers. High proof distilled spirits that are usually produced illicitly without government authorization. Corn mash is the main ingredient.
What?
Yeah, like corn, you know, there's liquors that are derived from corn liquor, and there's a very specific way it's kind of distilled, but it's very strong stuff. That's kind of the net result of that.
So Wikipedia says it's a slang term used to describe high-proof distilled spirits that are usually produced illicitly without government authorization. No, I knew when it was introduced. I didn't know that it was just like a name.
It is, but it was also
I feel like it's
an exact terminology.
Yeah.
It's kind of the thing that like
corn
means,
mash.
You know, it means a million different things. But yeah, from corn mash.
Corn. What does that mean? Like mashed up corn?
Yeah, well, essentially, yeah. Like you know, hops and barley make beer, and there's all kinds of ways to.
Oh, here's some nicknames: White Liquor, White Lightning, Mountain Dew, Hooch, Homebrew, White Whiskey, or Corn Liquor. The word moonshine is believed to be derived from the term moonmakers, used for early English smugglers, and the clandestine nature of the operations of the illegal Appalachian distillers who produced and distributed whiskey. This is fascinating. Is that a big thing in Hawaii?
That I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I've been a few times. I've not seen this be a prevalent thing, but I can't say I was hanging out in the same circles.
What about Boss DJ on the beach, shirtless?
Incredible,
loving life.
That's it. I mean,
I wanted to ask one of the things I wanted to ask Max, but like there were a couple of questions that I just had to kind of skip over in my mind. Was I thought the symbolism of him winning the belt, being the toast of the MMA world, and then hanging out with the guy who's involved in his like first big feud with UFC management, almost like a rite of passage as a UFC champion. At some point, it seems like you're going to be at odds with UFC management. I mean, who has been a champion for a long time and not been at odds with the UFC? And
for a long time, Anderson Silva, till recently.
Yeah, but I'm saying at some point it happens, right? No one like was a champion for many, many years, lost the belt, and then just kind of was another person, you know, in the division or in the sport. Anyhow, I thought it was somewhat symbolic to see a guy kind of starting and a guy not certainly ending, but involved in his first big feud. And I was wondering if he, you know, had any takeaways or if he noticed that symbolism or if there were any lessons learned, etc. But
I think they were just drinking moonshine.
Yeah, maybe they're just chilling. Maybe they're just chilling, and that's cool.
Speaking of having a dispute, Michael Venom Page has a dispute with Paul Daly.
How about this?
And it looked like it was coming to a head.
Yeah.
But Michael Venom Page sent you an interesting message on Twitter.
He sent me this promo that was like straight out of pro wrestling. I mean, just the way he was delivering it.
We're about to play it out now.
All right, here it is.
Let's roll it.
So check this. Bellator contacts me with some news. Amazing. We are going to main event you and Paul Daly.
The hand movements
back
are
in
just...
London.
Yes.
In September. Jeez. That is just what I wanted to hear. After Paul Daly loses horribly to Rory McDonald, he decides to call me out. He gets outside of the cage and conducts himself unprofessionally, running at me and causing a bit of a scuffle outside of the cage.
Kerfuffle.
No problem. Now it's gonna happen. Main event in London, September. But check this.
Yes.
Paul Daley, for the 3rd time this year, has said he's not going to fight me.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know. You're thinking the same thing. That doesn't make sense. He called me out. But yes, Paul Daley, you're a disappointment to every UK fighter. You're a disappointment to every fan in MMA that wanted to see this fight, and there's a lot of people that wanted to see this fight. You're a straight disappointment. You are forever going to be known.
This was something.
As Paula. Tampax.
Come on.
Daley. That is your legacy.
Come on.
And like I said, this is the 3rd time now. So you're out.
No.
Don't ever ask me to fight again.
Whoa. That was good stuff.
I mean, the whole thing is just so interesting because you were the vessel for this as well.
Listen, you want to get your message out, you come to me.
Come to Ario.
All right?
What do we make? I mean, they'll fight.
Yeah, that's the big takeaway. Well, like when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is fun, but you're not really walking away from this fight, are you? I actually reached out to Paul Daley. I reached out to him and I asked him about this, and I asked him about not fighting in September and all this stuff, and he didn't divulge. I think it's going to happen. Maybe the time frame doesn't work for him. I mean, let's not forget, he did just lose, and not that long ago. What was that? Less than a month ago now? 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? So maybe he needs some time off. Maybe he got hurt. This feud is one of my favorites in MMA. If we find out at some point that these two guys are buddies and this is all just, one big ruse, I'm going to be very upset. Like when I saw the James Gallagher, AJ McKee thing, I was really bummed. Did you see that picture?
Yep.
That really bummed me out. Like I had high hopes for that feud. And I'm sure at some point I'll get over it, but right now it's kind of bummed me out. I'm not going to lie. If we see these two guys hanging out at some point, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Look, I mean,
this is Bellator's best feud, right?
Santa Claus has.
Am I crazy?
I mean, Chael Wanderlei.
This is some freshness right here.
Chael Wanderlei, they're just not doing enough together. You know what I mean? Like these guys are really pushing to perpetuate it.
Yeah.
Feels like it's a bit one-sided with Chael kind of doing the heavy lifting on that.
Wanderlei on the show today. He brought it strong, I thought.
Yes, but this was his first thing.
Sure. Well, he was waiting for me to have him on.
Fair enough. The vessel once again.
Yes.
But yeah, this is big time, and they will definitely fight. Quick update before we move to the next one.
By the way, here's Casey Leiden, our videographer extraordinaire, weighing in. MVP calling Daley a tampon is the worst shit talk ever.
I can't agree with that. I don't think it's the best, but I cannot agree.
There's
with
been
the
some
worst.
pretty bad.
I've heard some really bad.
Minnie
stuff.
Mouse, come on.
Yeah,
I think what he's referring to is that it's somewhat offensive.
Fair enough.
Are you offended by this?
No, but
you're not a woman.
Yeah.
Okay, let's ask a woman. Stephanie, are you offended by this trash talk? Paula, Tampax.
They're not calling me Paul Tampax.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah.
As a female MMA fan, do you feel like this type of talk should not be encouraged, should not be a part of trash talk?
Trash talk is trash talk.
Okay.
Once you take it there and you're like female, male, then it becomes annoying.
Yeah. Like when you say to your opponent or someone you're trying to fight, like, oh, you're a girl, you're, that's why you don't want to fight me. You're scared. You're the B word, all that stuff.
I say that often while I'm rolling.
There you go.
You say that to other people.
Yeah.
So you can't really be offended if.
Trash talk a lot.
But is it like one of those things where it's okay if you say it because you're a female, and if a man says it to another man, then it's offensive?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not a feminist.
Right. Fair enough. Maybe Casey is a feminist.
Possible.
Let's have him call in. No, that's not. He'll go on some crazy tangents. He's kind of a conspiracy theorist. He likes to stir the pot, is what I'm trying to say.
In this case, I think he has a point, though.
Oh, you do?
Look, it does offend me? No, but I think...
You could see why.
I could see a case to be made, for sure.
Although we have heard from one woman who is a part of the MMA community who is not offended.
All kinds of... All shapes and sizes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Number 4. This has been seen everywhere. It's going to be seen here. Glory 42.
Oh, you know what? I'm happy you brought this. I wanted to ask. I had a feeling this would be a part of it, but I'm happy you brought it up. Let's wait. But don't assume everyone knows because this is not
I'm going to set the scene.
Don't
worry.
All right.
Glory 42 Paris. Murtel Grunhart knocked out Harut Grigorian.
Okay.
Following that knockout, two rogue fans actually jumped the security barriers, blitzed security, and got into the ring. And this was what ensued. This footage comes from Todd Grisham, Glory commentator and UFC commentator.
Wait, can I just pause?
Twitter. Yes.
What about do you have the first clip, like the broadcast, or can we not show that?
No, this is strictly the.
Because I
social
feel like
media
that kind
clip.
of sets it up.
We only have this clip from Todd's.
Okay, but so this guy who's up here before we played, let's just show the picture. This guy who's on the ropes.
Yes.
He just won, right?
He just won.
What's his name again?
Murtel Groenhart.
Okay, so he's celebrating, but it was a bit of a controversy. That's part of the story. The controversy surrounding the finish. Tell what happened.
He kneed Harut Grigorian, the opponent.
Yes.
Harut turned his back.
Yes.
And the ref had not stepped in.
Yeah.
Simply turned his back, and then Murtel knocked him out.
You know what it reminded me of? Victor Ortiz and Floyd Mayweather?
100%. And it's the same thing, and it's equally legal in both cases.
It's 100% legal. Is it unsportsmanlike? Even the guy who got knocked out, tell me his name again.
Harut Grigorian.
His coach said, was it legal? Yes. Did I think it was a BS move? Absolutely.
And that's a fair take to have.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But
he did nothing wrong.
Protect yourself at all times.
Protect yourself at all times.
Found an opening, knocked him out, but the guy had why did he turn his back, by the way?
Unknown. He hasn't commented on that yet.
They didn't interview him after?
He wasn't in a state. He hasn't commented on it yet.
So the guy is walking away. This guy Groenhart, yep. Boom, knocks him out, fight's over, and that sets the scene for what you're about to see here. So he's celebrating. Boom. I'm the man. What happens?
Here we go. We're going to roll it.
Bang! What? Yeah. Okay, now turn down the volume because it's a little crazy. Can we replay that? This guy is standing on the ropes. King of the world, just won. And what happens?
Rolling it back here.
Here it is. We don't need to hear the crowd sound. It's just people cheering. A fan is sprinting at him.
Yep.
And then, boom, straight.
Yep.
And you even see, you can't really see it on the screen here. Yeah, just keep playing it over and over. You see like sweat flying off.
Yeah.
His face. Oh my gosh. Now what happens to him? The fighter.
At the time, unfortunately, he was he was feeling hurt because he got punched here and didn't expect it.
Did he get knocked out?
No. He did not get knocked out, but there was a thought that he might have been injured.
That he broke his jaw, right?
Yeah. At that time, that was thought. Now he is absolutely fine. I've even spoken to Murtel multiple times since then. Absolutely fine
on the phone.
Which is I talked to him earlier this morning. Absolutely fine, which is the great news about this. Not harmed at all. Now, for the fans who came into the ring, the organization Glory is connecting with local lawmakers and authorities to make sure that they're prosecuted because they can't have just rogue people flying around and trying to assault the athletes.
Okay, so are they in custody or not?
Unsure.
Okay.
But there will be legal action taken against them. So at some point there will have to be, either in custody or in court. They will have to pay the consequences.
Wow, that is nuts.
Yeah, and we saw the corner man in boxing, the uncle of the fighter.
Yes.
You just cannot touch the athletes.
Well, obviously, this is just insane.
It's insane.
How did the guy jump in the fan, jump in the ring?
He cleared the barriers.
Cleared the barrier, and then just like a running, like jumps because he has to jump. Right, the other guy is on the second rope.
What's great? What's great about this though is that as you can see, everybody comes in, including actually the first one to enter the ring and try to stop him was the corner of Harut, the one who was knocked out.
Wait, that guy in the white shirt?
No, well, he is in a white shirt, but he comes in separately. But Nicky Hemmers, one of the trainers and cornermen for Harut, actually came in to stop it.
They need to up their security. How could you let this happen?
No, security was pretty tight. I've confirmed this. Security was pretty tight, but the guy completely just broke through.
This is a victory for the cage, by the way.
No, you can't have a cage in kickboxing.
No, I'm just saying, tougher to trespass when you got a cage.
Yeah.
Well, you could jump over it if you have a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Todd Grisham gets the video, and it was everywhere. Right? I saw a SportsCenter tweet about it, ESPN. Is this a good? I mean, this is not a good thing.
Well, no, of course. Anybody getting assaulted is not a good thing.
Holy smokes!
But the good news is that Murtel is okay, and that's obviously most important. Yeah, and the fans will be prosecuted. We're moving to
hopefully they I mean, do they get banned?
Oh, of course. These guys?
Yeah.
Of course.
So the fighter's okay, everyone's okay.
Everyone's okay.
All right. Well, that's crazy. And that was on ESPN2, right?
That was live on ESPN2.
How did they cover it? Did they address it on the broadcast?
Of course. Well, it'd be impossible not to. Yeah, it was addressed on the broadcast. Todd Grisham actually was the one who addressed
it. Yeah, I know, but like, they didn't show like the actual footage of it, right?
No, only what was happening live. But yeah, can't promote that.
No, you can't promote that.
Okay, our next Rick's pick. Just a picture here, not a video.
Okay,
but
we got
tribute.
Yes, the legend,
to the legend,
the man,
Kimbo Slice.
Yeah.
1 year ago from last week, Kimbo passed away. So we pay our respects to Kimbo. Esther Lynn from MMA Fighting actually put out a great focus piece last year when it happened. So go find that on MMA Fighting.
Yeah, we retweeted
if you haven't. But, the MMA world, obviously all, had strong reactions to Kimbo. And so there was a lot of, tribute to him.
Let me tell you something about Kimbo. When I first met him, the first time that I interviewed Kimbo was prior to that James Thompson fight in Newark. Yeah, it was in Newark, and that was the CBS. And I just couldn't believe how cool. I mean, he was at that point. He was a megastar. He was the YouTube sensation, and that meant something. Like, everyone's a YouTube sensation now, but he was the guy who made it from the streets, from the internet, onto CBS, and I just couldn't believe how down to earth he was. Like, yeah, he was somewhat intimidating, and he had the crew with him, and he had the gold teeth and the look and the beard, and he was just an imposing fellow. But he was really a teddy bear. He really was. He was so cool. He was so inviting. His team, they were all cool. Icy Mike, everyone. I mean, yeah, it was a bummer when I realized that it had been a year since his passing. Such a big part of the sport. One of the most recognizable faces, names, one of the biggest stars, without a doubt, one of the biggest draws in the history of the sport. A devoted family man. I mean, some of the stories that Bellator did on him, the packages about him and his son, who had a disability, and the way he took care of him and brought him along. And, we know about Kevin Ferguson Jr., Baby Slice. I always want to call him Kimbo Slice Jr., but it's Kevin Ferguson Jr. Of course, that's Kimbo's real name. Just amazing. An amazing guy. Sorely missed. And, I'm happy that we got to see him, towards the end of his career, the second act, if you will, with Bellator. Tragic the way he passed away, and you hope that it had nothing to do with his fighting career, and it, just horrible. I'll never forget that day. Of course, I would be remiss if I don't say. I mean, that happened when the whole ban was unlifted, and it was surreal because I was actually interviewed on SportsCenter on the Scott Van Pelt show about it as I was still banned, and then it was going to air in 2 hours, and then the ban was unlifted. But also during that time, suddenly Kimbo passes away, and all of a sudden any story involving me feels incredibly unimportant, and you're just so bummed. And I remember texting with some people close to him, and then I went back on the show, and rightfully so, this was the story. This was the story to talk about. So yeah, I will never forget that day. Horrible day.
Rest in peace, Kimbo.
Yes.
And last one, we're going to put up an image of somebody that everybody may not be familiar with, but I want to send a special shout out to Justin Golightly, who is having a rough go of it right now. So I just want the MMA community to send him some love.
I saw he just tweeted us.
Yeah, he's the guy who live tweets for champions.co all the episodes of the MMA Hour. just sending him some love. And I think
What's wrong?
we should all send him some love. He didn't seem to want to get into it, so I'm not going to.
Did he tweet about it?
Yeah.
Can you read us the tweet?
Here, let's see.
It's all very vague.
Look, he's going through a rough patch. Isn't that enough?
No, I mean, yes, I really appreciate his tweets. He's a loyal watcher of the show, and I've never met him before, but I certainly recognize that picture when you put it up there, and I see that he's been tweeting a little bit about it, so I just wanted to know, that's all.
Actually, the quote is, "Shit is still fucked up right now, but I'm a soldier on." So things are messed up for Justin.
Okay. Respect, Justin. Thank you
but
for
shout
all
out
the
to
love.
You.
And I hope everything.
In fact, he even weighed in earlier regarding moonshine. Southern moonshine is brewed with a corn-based mash. Corn mash base, rather. Hawaiian varieties use cane sugar, making it sweeter. An expert in moonshine, maybe literally and figuratively fucked up right now, says similar to what we would call rum. So he has experience in moonshine, and we're wishing him well. Whatever he's going through, we're with you.
A valued member of the MMA Hour family.
Exactly.
That was very nice of you.
That's it for Rick's Picks.
Okay. We don't have an outro song yet.
No, I've been kind of dropping the ball on that one.
All right. Couple other things that you need to know about. Jason Knight has replaced the Korean Zombie against Ricardo Lamas at UFC 214. Henry Cejudo and Wilson Hayes are going to be fighting at UFC 216. That's in Edmonton in September. I reported late last week that they are targeting Mike Perry versus Thiago Alves at 215. That's the August 19th pay-per-view that has yet to be officially announced, and that they hope to have DJ fight on in Seattle. And I'm surprised you didn't actually include this one in Rick's Picks. Brian Kelleher back against Marlon Vera.
You know what? Fair play.
That was an incredible tweet.
Yeah, he tweeted at me that he's giving away some tickets to the fight, and if I wanted to go. Well done. Touche. Fair play.
That was amazing.
Congrats to Brian. I mean, he called for a fight in New York, and he got it. So
he didn't get Lineker, though.
Hey, look.
It was a bit of a bummer. I wanted to see them go as far as possible with him. Like, give him the moon. Yeah. He asked for it. Give him the moon. Why not?
Maybe that's the next one. But, yeah, looking forward
Marlon Vero's coming off a big win over Brad Pickett in London. Remember that retirement fight?
Huge. I was there.
You were there. That's right. Holy smokes. Are you going to go to the Long Island card?
I'd like to.
Maybe
Brian will let me come.
Imagine you're his +1.
Stephanie's going. I know that.
Yep. She got tickets.
Yep.
You can be his +1. That was a great tweet.
It was a great tweet.
So a lot of people wondering about Chris Cyborg, what's going on. There's been some tweets. There's been some rumor and innuendo. She tweeted on Saturday that she's going to be defending her title. I reported it. Everyone's very confident. It's close. Some way, somehow. I don't know how they went from Jermaine to maybe Megan to Zingano, back to Megan Anderson, but that is definitely the fight that is being targeted at this point. Why is it taking so long to announce? I really don't understand. But this is fascinating. How do you feel about this?
I think it's...
Can you remain unbiased in talking about this or no?
No, probably not.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty.
Because I do, as we've said on the show, I work for Invicta.
Yeah.
And Megan has a fight booked for July.
It's a bit of a weird situation. It seems like once they announced that fight, the title fight, the one we talked about last week, and again, I maintain that this all worked out well for her, even if she didn't get Cyborg. You know what I mean? Like, she was in the discussion. She showed a lot of courage. She stepped up. She called her out. Okay, go back to Invicta, defend the title, sharpen your skills, all that stuff. But, hey, now she's getting it. This seems kind of like a win-win for her. I mean, I saw some people say that they don't think that she's ready for her. Do you think that she's ready for Cyborg?
I'll say that, yeah. I mean, yes. The answer is yes. She's been dominant at featherweight, and she is a legit 145 pounds. This is not a situation where a bantamweight is coming up to fight Cyborg. She is a featherweight 100%. There's no doubt that she's a featherweight, which is not what we've kind of seen in this division to this point. She is absolutely a featherweight.
Now what happens after? Because remember, Cyborg deals up in October. What if she wins? What if she becomes the champion? And yes, it would be for the belt. Or what if Megan wins? What happens then? Who would fight her? I guess the rematch would be gigantic. I'm just happy that in this particular case, like when I was talking about the flyweight division and why I thought the TJ fight didn't make sense, because what if he wins? You blow up the division. At this point, there is no division at 145. So I'm just happy that they're putting on the best fight possible. And it's clearly, in my opinion, the fight that everyone wants to see at 145. And I like the fact that they're doing it. They're giving the fans the fight that they want to see. That's great. I feel for Invicta, though, because they're seeing, I think, the face of Invicta go away. But hey, if she wins and comes back, crazier things have happened. So let's see. So that's the update on that. Hopefully we'll get some kind of resolution to it sooner rather than later, or some kind of announcement. I don't know what's taking so long. That fight card is a month and a half away, and tickets just went on sale late last week. So you would think this would be a good time to get it out there and get people excited. I alluded to Dana White's response to Demetrious Johnson. Did you read this or hear it?
I did,
See it? My guy Mick, who is one of our guys who has been handling that, he said most of what Johnson said was not true, number one. Number two, this is Dana talking to TMZ. The bottom line is Demetrious Johnson is in line right now. First of all, when he did his deal, he didn't want pay-per-view points. He didn't want pay-per-view. He wanted upfront money, no pay-per-view. He wasn't very confident in his abilities to sell pay-per-views. Little dig there. He has the lowest selling pay-per-views in the history of the UFC in the modern era. So number one. Number two, I think that a fight between him and TJ Dillashaw would be something that people would actually be interested in and could sell pay-per-views and could make some money. But he absolutely refuses to fight the guy. It's ridiculous. We're not marketing him right. We built a TV show around him. The Ultimate Fighter was about what an incredible fighter he is. I get what he's trying to say in that regard, but like DJ wasn't really featured on that show. It's not like he was a part of every episode. And let's not pretend that it's the ratings behemoth that it once was. So I don't know if I 100% buy that they were building that. The show was to find someone to fight him, more so because they had no one else to fight him. It was a good, it was worth a shot. But to me, they weren't celebrating DJ every episode. It was about the 16 guys in the house at the time. Anyhow, The Ultimate Fighter was about what an incredible fighter he is. We've put him on Fox many times. True. Tried to build him. It is what it is. It's not me. I'm bullying you. How do you bully the pound for pound best fighter in the world? That to me just blows my mind. I think he legitimately thinks that bullying someone means punching them. Physical violence. Listen, the media claims he's the pound for pound best fighter in the world. I think Conor McGregor is the best pound for pound fighter in the world. If you look at what that really means, what pound for pound means, Conor doesn't give a shit. He'll fight anybody, anywhere, anytime. And if Demetrious is the pound for pound best guy in the world, then fight TJ Dillashaw. Fight somebody that people actually care about, be interested in, and there you go. So we went in where was it? Kansas City? DJ was the best pound for pound fighter. When John Jones comes back, he'll probably be the best pound for pound fighter. Now it's Conor, I guess. Where's the love for Daniel Cormier is what I want to know. Why doesn't he ever get talked? Anyhow, here's one more quote. That's not true. We've been talking about shutting down the flyweight division for about 3 years. The division is just 5 years old. So 2 years in. I think that's what he was saying. This is when he was asked about the threat to shut it down, because he knows that. He knows that we've talked about, doing away with that division. It has nothing to do with Demetrious. And never once did I threaten him to shut down the division. Did he say that? Yeah, that's not true. That's not what happened. I told him that we had been talking about shutting down the division for 3 years. He knows that. Okay. So do you think they're going to shut it down? If he refuses to take the TJ fight, do you think they shut it down?
No.
So this is just a threat?
Yes. Do you think they shut it down?
I mean, I think it would be crazy to shut down the male flyweight division as you're introducing the female flyweight division.
I think it's
because you're having a dispute. Like, I guess the UFC could claim that he doesn't want to fight the guy that they want him to fight and just strip him, right? But to shut down the whole division, to me, feels like you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Like, it doesn't cost the UFC more money to put on flyweight fights. And Demetrious at this point may not be the biggest draw in the UFC, but he is an entity in his own right. He's on the cusp of breaking a record that a lot of people thought would never be broken, at least not just a few years later. And I think every casual fan of MMA at least has some knowledge of who Demetrious Johnson is. They may not know a lot about Ray Borg, but to just do away with him would seem counterproductive. And again, I'll repeat what I said last week. I really believe like this all comes down to respect. He doesn't like the way that he has been treated. He doesn't like the way that he finds out about news pertaining to him. The Ultimate Fighter found out through the media. TJ Dillashaw found out through the media. And then he doesn't like the way it's being dealt with when he brings up his concerns. When he brought it up to Dana White at the retreat, Dana said, well, this is what TJ wants. Well, what about what I want? Like, we could talk about which is the bigger fight, Ray Borg, TJ Dillashaw, all we want, but I feel like we're kind of missing the point here. And then to just not call him the pound for pound best, fine, that's your opinion. But like to react this way, just sort of throwing this stuff out there and not so much paying attention to what he's really saying. And that's, I'm not really feeling the love here. I'm not feeling the respect. Feels like the point was missed. What did you make of this response?
Yeah, it doesn't address kind of the issues. I think it's more the same, and I think DJ is content to drink the moonshine and chill out and wait for it to be resolved properly. I don't think he's in any rush to kind of put himself out there and kind of needs to feel that love before he's coming back. But I don't think they'll shut down the flyweight division.
Can I just say that I really understand? I understand where the UFC is coming from here. They're worried about August 19th. They want to put on the best fight possible.
Yep.
And I understand where DJ is coming from. The way he found out, the way he feels like he's being treated. I get it. I really, it's one of those cases where I don't think anyone's like 100% right and 100% wrong. I understand. They just need to kind of figure it out.
Yeah.
They need to sit down and figure it out.
They need to properly communicate.
But again, I will reiterate that the one thing that kind of jerks my chain a little bit is the TJ Dillashaw part of it. Do you get what I'm saying? 6 months ago, he was advocating for fighter rights. He was talking about getting passed over. I wish that he would eloquently explain why now he is trying to take some. If TJ doesn't come out and say, I want this fight next, we're not in this mess, right? They're probably just going with the Ray Borg fight.
Yep.
And so to me, it's like you didn't get the title fight at 135, and now this whole mess is being created because you want to fight for the belt at 125 and then go back up to 135. When you were just kind of complaining about this sort of thing, it once again reminds me of the mess that was the AAA and how literally days later, the whole thing just crumbled in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
You know, I went back and looked at some of those quotes, and TJ was talking about how he was willing to leave his management team and do whatever the UFC wanted to get a title fight. Like, he was that desperate. And now here's another guy who is being talked about to get a title fight, and, you know, he's willing to go down and stand in front of it. Now, I will add this new wrinkle to the whole thing, and like the trash talk has just been kind of, you know, cringeworthy. Like, you know, you're scared. Like, I just wish guys would stop going to that. But Ray Borg, I think, threw a major wrench in DJ's plans right now, right? I feel like Borg essentially just said, like, I don't really care at this point. Like, can we just move on? I feel like he actually gave the UFC, you know, another chip in their favor.
Well, at a certain point, he has to continue his career, right? Like, he also can't sit on the side. Like, DJ's in a different spot than he is.
Sure.
And even with TJ, they all have to look out for their own best interests at the end of the day. TJ has to do what's best for him. And he saw an opportunity at flyweight with Demetrious. He had to take it.
It's not enough to just promote these fights. Like, again, you know, look at Ben Wen on Saturday. That was a really fun fight.
Yeah.
That was a great performance. John Moraga.
Huge performance.
Yeah. Super entertaining. Borg has had some fun fights lately. But you have to understand, someone wrote to me about this, like, DJ should, and hear me out here, DJ should be marketed to kids. Almost like Rey Mysterio was to kids when he was the WWE champion. He is like a cartoon character. He is Mighty Mouse. Like, this is the guy that you should be bringing out to like local strip mall dojos and getting kids on board with the kind of way that I was talking about Wonderboy Thompson. Like, he's like a Power Ranger. That's what he reminded me of. Like, that's who DJ is. He's the family guy. He's not the fight game. He's not fur coats. He's not trash talk. But there is something there, honestly. And just look at the If no one cared about Demetrius Johnson, why was this the biggest news story last week in MMA? You know what I mean? Look at the reaction. Look at the views on last week's show. Look at the comments on the articles. If people didn't care about the guy, like if, I don't know, Fighter X that no one cares about got involved in this feud with UFC, no one would care. No one would click on it. But clearly they care about him. So obviously there's something there. But you can't promote him the same way as everyone else. You can't just expect to put on a fight between DJ and, Mr. No-Name Flyweight and expect people to flock to it. He's not Conor. He's not Ronda. He's a little different. But he's got something there. He's got a personality. He's got an edge. He's got his own edge. So I hope they figure it out. I understand where they're coming from. I understand where DJ is coming from. I understand where TJ is coming from. He wants the biggest fight. He wants to remain active. I get it. It's just a bit of the whole thing's, it's a mess. And you want to see them kind of work it out. And you want to see DJ get paid. You want to see him get what he thinks he's worth. You want to see him get the respect that he thinks he deserves. And you want to see the UFC figure out how to push this guy. And again, I know people will say to me like, you can't just wait for you can't wait for the UFC to market you. You have to do it yourself. There's no doubt about that. Ronda, Conor were stars because they marketed themselves. The UFC then jumps on board, but the UFC puts on so many events in 2017 that you have to go out there and market yourself. You cannot look at Kevin Lee. He's doing it himself. Look at Iaquinta. For better or worse, he's doing it himself. Look at Mike Perry. He's doing it himself. They're not doing anything extra for those fighters. They'll put on the odd media day for Michelle Watterson or Derek Lewis, but people are emotionally attached to Derek Lewis because of his interviews, because of how he fights, because of how funny he is, because of his social media. That's all him. You have to do it yourself. So anything that DJ has gotten at this point, in my opinion, is because of himself. They've put him in spots. Some have done well, some haven't. But people are going to be drawn to you because of yourself. The UFC just puts on too many fights for them to go out of their way and there's obvious big fights that they're going to promote weeks in advance. But for the most part, you're a part of a machine at this point. You really are. So you kind of have to do it yourself. And that's tough. I wish that there were less events so that they can promote guys more, promote more events. We're going from Stockholm to Rio to New Zealand to Singapore in 4 weeks. We're just now getting excited about Holly Holm versus Bethe Correia. And again, I think that this main card is one of the best Fight Pass ones ever in their short history. But you kind of have to do it yourself. So hopefully they can figure it out. And it's such a weird thing in MMA because you rarely see, unless you're trying to like split with your promoter in boxing, and there's been some famous cases like Bob Arum and Floyd Mayweather, the role of the promoter in boxing is to literally like kind of go hand in hand with your fighter and tell the world why you're the best. And this awkwardness of seeing the promoter essentially try to crap on the arguable pound for pound king right now is just an awkward thing to have this play out in the media. Like you like if Canelo was involved in some kind of, issue, you wouldn't have De La Hoya like try to sort of dress him down. Canelo and De La Hoya kind of go hand in hand as far as carnival barkers are concerned and just like tell the world why they should watch these fights. But it's different with the UFC because Dana kind of plays this commissioner role overseeing these 500 fighters. So these feuds are going to play out and he can't be on everyone's team. In boxing, I think it's a lot more of a natural relationship because like you're signed to X promotion and they're just going to do whatever they can to sell you. Here, Dana has to play this sort of neutral role and he can't go out and actually sell. He can't play favorites. And I don't know, I was that idea kind of hit me in the face when I was thinking about this feud. Like, here's DJ's promoter. That's what Dana is. He's his promoter. And yet his job is to go out there and tell the world why he's so great. And he's telling the world why he's not as great as he may think he is. You know what I'm saying? It's a very awkward thing.
Yeah, the whole situation is not, it's not ideal. And I feel like it can be rectified so easily. That's what's so, upsetting or kind of like.
You wonder. I don't know. Maybe the
bridges have been burned, You're saying?
I don't know. I mean, he is sticking to his guns. I know that.
Yeah, I just think that there's certain times where it comes down to something other than respect. This is not really one of those times. I feel like it can be solved. I feel like it's solvable. That's basically what I'm saying. There are situations where it's no coming back. I don't think that we're in that situation. I think it can be solved, and it just hasn't been.
There's always a lot of ego involved. Like I ask Guy Quint all the time, why don't you just go and sit down with the UFC?
Yeah.
Like if I have an issue with my boss, I'm going to go sit down. And it doesn't work that way in our sport for whatever reason. You know what I mean? So it gets to be these long, drawn out, stories, drama, all this kind of stuff. And I feel like this is one of those stories where if they just sat down face to face, cleared the air, put all the cards on the table, DJ gets to explain why he's upset, why he doesn't want the fight, why he'd like to break the record and blah, blah, blah. And UFC, and maybe they meet in the middle. I don't know. But I just kind of feel like this particular one, considering the kind of model employee, for lack of a better word, that DJ has been, and just kind of, the way he is, like the way he thinks. Yeah. He's not a very...
He's not unreasonable. Yeah. He's very like...
The no frills kind of guy.
Yeah. 100%.
Of all like the fighter feuds out there, I feel like this is the one that could end with the least amount of damage as possible.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, I feel like this can be solved. This can be solved.
But I like when I see that 5 days later and this is the response, yeah, well, he's not really the pound for pound king. When a month and a half ago, you were just telling us he was the pound for pound king. He hasn't fought since then. Neither has Conor. What's changed? And by the way, I believe DC is the pound for pound king because he's the only guy who's actually won above, undefeated, never lost, and was that close to winning the belt, and then went down and won the belt. And I don't care how he won the belt. He won the belt and defended it multiple times. DJ lost at 135 to Brad Pickett. DJ lost at 135 to Dominic Cruz. May have even lost to the great Miguel Torres. Conor McGregor lost at 170 not that long ago. Why isn't Daniel Cormier talked about? Can I just say one more thing as we transition now? We've got just a couple minutes left. The UFC sent out a press release last week. And this goes back, like, you got to be a little more imaginative. Daniel Cormier, John Jones is the most anticipated fight in UFC history. That's what they called. The most anticipated rematch in UFC history. I think that's what they said. Yeah, the most anticipated rematch in UFC history. And to me, it's like, okay, you can't really tell us what is anticipated. We determine what's anticipated. We, the fans, right? Like, I'll tell you how excited I am for a fight. You can't tell me how excited I am, right? You may be anticipating it, but we, the fans, the paying customers, are the ones who tell you how intense by how much we talk about it, how much we cover it, how many tickets we buy, how many pay-per-views we buy. Mm-hmm. That's not the way to go with this fight. That's not the proper label to put on this fight. The proper label to put on this fight is the best fight in UFC history is coming July 29th, UFC 214, Anaheim, California. Why is it the best fight? Because it's the first time in UFC history that you can actually say with a straight face that this is number one versus number two. Now, there's no definitive pound-for-pound rankings, but I could sit here and debate anyone that John Jones is number one, Daniel Cormier is number two, that Daniel Cormier is number one, John Jones is number two, given their records, given their resumes. You can actually say that. That's not a crazy statement, right?
That's not a crazy statement. I agree with it.
That's the best fight in UFC history. That's the first time the number one and number two light heavyweights and pound-for-pound fighters, arguably, are fighting each other. It's just as arguable that DC is number one pound for pound as it is that that's the most anticipated rematch in UFC history.
That's what I was going to say.
So it's even less arguable in my opinion.
I was going to say that's kind of subjective as well. And the most anticipated is also arguable. I would say that those are both a subjective thing and arguable, but yours is stronger. That would be the difference in my opinion.
You just had Conor Diaz too. You just had that. If I'm putting a poster up and I'm saying the most anticipated rematch in UFC history, all right, and then I start thinking, well, what? But if I come out and say this is the best fight in UFC history, what sells more?
Yeah.
And honestly, I think
it's much stronger.
I think the latter is more truthful than the former.
I think they're both true because I for me, it's the most anticipated.
The best fight in UFC history. Number 1 versus number 2.
No doubt in my mind.
How many times does that happen?
You're using much stronger language, and it is completely justifiable.
How many times does that happen? Can you think of another time?
Think of it.
I really can't.
Now, I mean,
maybe
it's hard.
BJ and GSP, maybe
BJ GSP, but it's hard to like remember the time and place and remember the nature of the division. Pound for pound is much more of like a recent construct for MMA, so it's hard for me to kind of go back in history. But I don't think you're wrong about saying that. I don't think you're wrong about saying that right now, that those are the 2 best guys. And if not 2, 3 at very worst, we're looking at Jones, DJ, and Cormier.
Also unique. I mean, if you look at the pound for pound rankings right now, John Jones isn't there, right? He'll come back and he'll be 1, 2, whatever. DJ, Conor, Cormier, Stipe, Holloway, Garbrandt, Joanna, Dominic. So I guess Dominic and Garbrandt, 6 and 8. That's the first time you'll have 2 guys in the pound for pound that could fight each other, right? Then Aldo is 10, and then you have Holloway. What I'm saying is, it's very rare to have the top 2 guys in your division also be at the very top of the pound for pound. That's what we should be pushing here. It's number 1 versus number 2. It's the most bitter rivalry. Well, not the most anticipated, because that's the one thing you can't really say. We determine that. But the facts are number 1 versus number 2. Anyhow, that just kind of struck me. A lot of people have been asking me about this Conor McGregor tweet saying big things, August 26th. I will tell you this. The tweet about the big things, hashtag BP, that's not pertaining to Mayweather McGregor. So don't get caught up on that one. That's something else. He'll announce it, but it's not pertaining to that. Now, there's reports coming out that they're going to do August 26th. What I'm being told is that is being discussed as far as one of the options, but that's not done as well. The number 1 option was always September 16th. Now that date is Canelo Triple G. I don't think that it's dead just yet, but August has been discussed. Early October has been discussed, but nothing is done. And by the way, it's going to be at T-Mobile. It's not going to be at the MGM. It is close, as it has been for the last couple of weeks, but nothing's a done deal just yet, and it wouldn't be at MGM. It would be at T-Mobile, obviously the bigger arena. And there is something to be said, and I do know that there are some who are pushing for this. There is something to be said for going before Triple G Canelo, because if everyone buys Triple G Canelo and then you come on 2 weeks later, that might hit them, right? That might hit your wallet. But if you go before, everyone's going to be so excited. They'll be like, oh, I'll worry about Triple G Canelo in 2 weeks. And then maybe, they'll change their mind. But if you go before, you beat them to the punch, basically. So I think there's something to be said for that. Now, is 2.5 months, is that too soon? I don't think so. I really don't.
You can build that quickly.
Yeah.
How long was the build for Pacquiao Mayweather?
It was kind of, it was like, it was.
Do it.
You would go before.
Yeah.
Get it over with.
Yep.
I think the UFC wants before, and I'll tell you why, because they want Conor to fight in December. They want him twice this year. And so if you do it before, you ensure the fact that he'll be back.
I don't think limited time is a roadblock here. I think they could build this properly.
And remember, he fought August 19th or something, UFC 202, August 20th, I think it was, and then came back November 12th. Now, I know this could be different, but again, he's only going to be using his hands for this fight. So less likely to injure a knee or an ankle or something like that. I know that that's what they want. Can it get done in time? Will it get done in time? We don't know, but it's not a done deal. And again, that tweet is not referencing that fight. You feel me?
I feel you.
All right.
What is it referencing?
It's not for me to say.
Okay.
I was told, out of respect off the record, but of course, anytime Conor farts at this point, I'm like, is it happening? Is it happening? Can we just announce it so I can move on with my life? Like, I'm afraid to go to sleep at this point,
Who needs sleep?
No.
Well, listen, you're the vessel. I've dubbed you that. I think it'll stick.
Yeah.
You're the vessel.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes it's a little stressful, but I do enjoy it. I love it. And that's that. we're out of time. UFC is back on Saturday. Singapore, Bethe Correia, Holm. It's happening very early in the morning. So wake up early, grab your Cheerios, your Raisin Bran, your Captain Crunch.
Stay up all night. Why not?
No, that's just stupid.
I'll do that.
Why?
Yeah, that's how I go. That's how I roll.
That's just dumb. If you do that, 4:30 a.m., come on.
Yeah, it's light work. Come on.
To see Carl's John DeThomas against Naoki Inoue. Actually,
wouldn't miss it.
Inoue, yeah. That was the wrong fight to pick. But main card starts at 8 a.m. Holm, Bethe Correia, Andre Arlovski against Marcin Tybura. Colby Covington against Dong Young Kim is a fascinating fight. And then, of course, Rafael dos Anjos against Tarek Saffiedine is amazing. That's this Saturday, Singapore Indoor Stadium, Fight Pass. Check it out. We'll be back Monday to talk about all that and more. And Alex in the back asked me if I could do the show in under 4 minutes. Guess what? It's 4:58:40. So now it's
4 hours.
Yeah, what'd I say?
4 minutes.
4 minutes? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. I will not ever do the show in under 4 minutes. 4 hours I could do. I'll do it right now. You can hear my music. Thank you, New York Rick. Appreciate it. Good Rick's picks this week. You did it. What are you checking out early? He's checking out because he's going to watch the Warriors get ready to become NBA champions once again. Right? Up 3-1. Can they do it? Part of me is kind of hoping that they lose tonight so that we can see 7 games. A little intrigued these playoffs, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know if the Cavs have that testicular fortitude. You know what I'm saying? Get it done on the road, go back to Cleveland. I bet they wish it was 2-3-2 this time, right? They used to do 2-3-2 in the playoffs, but then they changed it to 2-2-1-1-1. Anyway, you don't care about all of that. Fun show. Appreciate everyone who stopped by. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. Thank you very much to Ray Borg. Thank you very much to Mike Winkeljohn. Best of luck this Saturday in Singapore. Huge fight for Holm. He said do or die, and then he kind of took it back, but he said it. And then he took it back. He still said it. Thank you very much to Joe Lauzon. Appreciate his insight very much. Thank you very much to Urijah Faber. Congrats on that new deal. That's really exciting stuff. Very happy for the alpha male fighters getting those bonuses and all that investment. Thank you very much to Wanderlei Silva. Always great talking to him. Bellator NYC, a mere 12 days away. Thank you very much to Max Holloway as well. Congratulations on becoming the UFC featherweight champion. How great was Max? What a fun interview. Loved it. Really enjoyed today's show and all the guests. Back next week, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.